Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and I believe most of us are escorts at home in these troubling times. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you on some of the I believe some of my ideas in this area. Just an intro about myself. I've been NYP for quite some time. And I'm actually part of the security team in the School of Information Technology. Since 2003, we have been delivering our specialist diploma in, then it was called IT security. And throughout the 18 years, we have evolved from IT security all the way to information security. And now most of us know this area as cybersecurity. Yeah. So I have been involved in that course for quite some time, since the inception, and I have seen the evolution of the technologies and the practices with regards to software engineering, or rather security in software engineering. And way back in 2003, I believe we are the first, if not one of the first institutions to actually incorporate application security into a formal program. Today, if you look at the industry, I think you probably would come across many courses and many focus, and pretty much a lot of focus on this issue about secure software. And so it is my pleasure today to share with you some insights in terms of what I have done throughout the years, delivering this this module, this course in our courses, as well as some of the opportunities you can actually consider when you want to further your knowledge and skills in this area. All right. Okay, so let me just begin to with a short area of time to discuss what are the why do you want to look at secure software. I think most of us here will probably have some idea of its importance. Yes, and if you're especially in security, you will know that no one area of infocom technology is solely responsible for security. So the secure software plays a part in this whole broad perspective into trying to protect ourselves from compromises, as well as, of course, accidental outages, like what happened recently. I won't mention who it is. Okay, so first and foremost, the need for secure software. Delivering these courses, this area in the cybersecurity course, we have seen the evolution of the practices in terms of how do we then protect ourselves. Okay, if you remember with me, sometime way before 2000, you probably know my age by now. It will be that the first response towards security is, of course, through the network. Okay, it's much like putting a gate around our houses, putting a strong iron gate in front of your apartment. All right, for most of us, and putting a firewall between the interface between your internal networks and the internet is pretty much one of the first response towards securing our company's information assets. Okay. Yeah, so firewalls, then of course it evolves towards IDS, intrusion detection systems. Okay, and pretty much we have rely on this kind of design for many years. Okay, and it's not a bad design either, because there is a very distinct kind of a separation between your internal network as well as your as what is outside, which is in the wild west. Okay, so way back in 2003, when we talk about application security, it's pretty much something that is kind of alien to everybody, to a lot of people. And I for my interactions with the industry and from practitioners, it seems that we don't really appreciate the importance of secure software. Why? Because nothing happened. Nothing much happened, all right? Because most of our software is safely ensconced inside within our internal trusted network, and there is the firewall, and as well as all the various access control systems that will protect our software. Okay, which could actually be exhibiting insecure, insecure, settings and configuration to be safely, protected within our private networks. Okay. Yeah, so we pretty much get away with a lot of this kind of this kind of concepts. But going forward, 18 years until now, what we have seen, of course, is that the gradual change and development of technology. In particular, of course, we have seen a great change in terms of how do we provision and deliver our services to the customers. Customers being both your internal employees as well as your external customers who are your customers who are residing outside in the internet. So things like web services, APIs, or even the way we design our software libraries, okay, has contributed a lot in terms of how the need for then look at software security as well as quality. All right. So in that sense, I hope you see that there is due to the evolution of technologies and requirements, there is a lot more focus placed, or rather, there's a lot more need on secure design as well as secure software. Okay. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So of course, some of the advantages, the main idea behind us delivering, focusing on application security is to make applications themselves secure. Of course, the keyword here is the R word, okay, resilience. All right, being resilient against attacks. Of course, we still have our firewalls, we still have our IDS. Today, we still have our SIEM systems, event security incident and event management systems, to help us to detect and to identify potential attacks and so on and so forth. But once they do get to our applications, then how would that turn out to be? How difficult or how easy it is for a hacker to actually find vulnerabilities and then, of course, gain access to the information that is being processed within our application systems. Okay. So the idea is to, of course, the first thing come to our mind is, we want to be, impervious against attacks, not being compromisable by various attempts to attack. But if I can introduce one more idea, is the idea that we want our information to stay safe, even if compromises do happen. Yeah, it's kind of like if I can use an analogy here, a fail-safe lock, okay, whereby if the lock is compromised in a rare event, okay, yeah, the asset that is being protected, that there is still some kind of element that will reduce the impact of this compromise. Okay, so that's something we can actually think about. Okay, so in the concept of applications, then of course when the applications themselves fail, would that result in perhaps the leakage of information, or is the information now then under a kind of lock and key, in the sense that it is kind of there's some kind of mechanism that comes into effect such a way that not only the hacker cannot gain access to the information, but also our own employees couldn't access the same information as well. And why does this happen? Because somebody was trying to hack into the system. All right. So of course, in this kind of scenario, I would say we would prefer this thing to happen rather than our information being exposed to the people who are trying to steal them. Yeah. Of course, there's the other end of the spectrum whereby inadvertent disclosure, compromise of information. As we secure our software, there is still this looming kind of possibility that due to certain carelessness or maybe oversight by our employees and by our processes, we may actually inadvertently release and expose certain kinds of information. All right, so this risk will actually always be there. And I hope actually all our organization, I think we're all from the government sector here, including MIT. And of course, for us, we are also subject to all the security requirements placed upon us by the powers that be. All right, but in any event, we now appreciate that organizations have to perform risk management across the whole spectrum of the electronic services that support the company's business. All right, so all what we really want to do is to, of course, help and assist in reducing the overall risk. Okay, all right, of being posed to the enterprise in terms of in the area of secure software. Okay. All right. So now that we know why we want to have secure software, then what are the trends that rather I see today, or I think most of you will also recognize this, recognize some of them as I present to you later on, that actually have a lot of impact on how we practice software security. As I mentioned earlier, I've been teaching this area for quite a number of years, and throughout this period, I've seen even evolutions of secure. Let me call it secure software frameworks. Okay, secure software frameworks, which I will cover later on. But really, it is the kind of features that we expect to see as a developer. Features that help us to secure our software. Even though these features actually have evolved way from 2003 to today, 2021. We're almost going to 20 years already. Okay. Yeah. There is this very common thing that I always mention to my participants when we teach the courses is that if you were to look at my lecture notes 18 years ago and then compare to what we are delivering today, you will see like 80% of them are different. Okay, only 20% is actually preserved, and this goes to show how many things have actually changed. But of course, there are also some very I would say evergreen principles that are still being espoused today, and of course they are in the features that we continue to see. But as what they say, change is the only constant. So you will always expect to see changes coming out from the likes of Microsoft, Oracle for Java, and of course all the other middleware manufacturers that actually provide us with all these tools and mechanisms to help us, the developer, to design and to secure our software. All right. So let's look at some of these trends here. All right. Okay. So first, of course, I think this is something on everybody's mind. DevOps. The word itself sounds very sexy. Okay. DevOps. No, it's like kind of brings to your mind what appeared in the news last night, right? When our police force, was showing off some of the new technologies in which they train the police officers, as well as the change of the weapons. I hope you have read the newspaper this morning. But the DevOps is just one part of the continuing effort to make our software development process more efficient. Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned here in the square below, all right, the use of technology to support rapid and automated development. I think this is something that is not alien to all of us in the IT industry. As we develop IT systems to help to operationalize and make more efficient business processes, we also create technologies to help us to create more software as well. Okay, and I believe when I say that machine-generated code, all right, this is something that is not alien to many of us. Okay, machine-generated code. All right, we use software to generate more software. Okay, yeah, and DevOps is actually one part of that whole process, in my opinion. Some people might have different ideas here. Okay, but I still remember when I was way back in my undergraduate days, where I want to build a software. Wow, I need to build up scripts mostly by hand. In those days, there is no automated editing GUI tool to do it, and then pretty much I need to run the command. The best we can do is use a make. Some of us who are old enough will probably recognize this phrase here. All right, so DevOps provides this opportunity for us to automate the process of software development. Okay, yeah, and it also coincides with the next thing I'm going to mention here, which is of course agile development. All right, the picture here I borrow from Scrum. Scrum is just one of the many agile development methodologies here. But being in my area of work, where as a school we embrace all most technologies and practices to and deliver the best of this to our students. Okay, yeah. But pretty much the concept of agile development is really to align your software requirements to the customer's needs. Things like scope creep, or prototyping. All these are issues that we deal with in software engineering, which I've been teaching for the longest time, ever since I myself was undergoing training as well. Okay, yeah, pretty much. Since we have this DevOps and and agile development, all right. So these two kinds of gel together pretty fast because in agile development you really need to have a very fast, what we call in fact, Scrum used a very good word here, sprint, right? A sprint is a cycle in this agile development where you pick up certain key requirements and then you try to develop a prototype based on that requirement. And in that process, probably it comes as no surprise that the being able to automate the process of the work required to build, to check in all the software, all the codes requirements, and of course to keep track of the changes. Okay, all these are very well served by the practice of DevOps. Okay, all right. So these are the two trends that have changed. Really, I would say changed the work of a developer today. Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty much very much different from what me when I was undergoing training to be a software developer. Okay, yeah. The next trend, of course, is what everybody sees today. Okay, cloud computing. Okay, so cloud computing represents the maturity of technologies that actually give us a lot of flexibility in terms of how we design, how we deploy, and how we deliver these computing services to the users. Okay, users could be your employees or could be also be part of how you deliver your services to your actual customers. Okay, and you couple that with the proliferation of mobile devices and ubiquitous access to the internet. What you have here is that people are relying more and more on computing services or informational services that are delivered to them anywhere and everywhere. Okay, yeah. So while this is not really kind of affect the software development practice, okay, but certainly it's something that is very welcome to us as software designers and developers. For one thing, if you look at things like trying to do distributed computing, something that's been around for the longest time. I believe it is only with the advent of the internet, the proliferation of the internet, and of course the use of cloud computing really brings forth the benefits of such kind of way of doing things. I still remember like kind of 10 years ago when I was doing technologies like DCOM, those are old enough to probably know lah. Okay, those are very cool stuff. Wow, you can run you can actually deploy a processing requirement to a remote server, and then of course the server returns back to you the result. Okay, this is something very cool about 10 years ago lah. But nowadays we all use it without even knowing and appreciating it. Okay, so these are the three trends in this slide here, at least. Okay, in terms of how we develop software and also how we deploy software. But of course, overall, then that would have the way we then look at security for this software that are developed through this in this kind of environment would then become very, 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 very important. Okay. All right. I just want to close off this particular section here. We do more trends, okay, and I classify them under applications software. It kind of deal with the way we actually design software. Okay. First, of course, is something that appeared in my slide earlier. Okay. API. Okay. I call it application backend. But basically, it's the concept of provisioning computing services or information services and then exposing them as remote calls. Okay. You could have synchronous or asynchronous activation. But overall, I think yes, if you have been in the industry long enough, you probably have seen things like SOAP web services. Now it's REST-based API. And as life goes on, I think we are going to see more and more innovations in this area. But more importantly is that this kind of design have an impact on how we then design. This kind of services have an impact on how we design our applications. So now really we can design software as a combination of various remote-based services that we can access all the time. Okay, today we don't think twice about connecting to the internet and connecting to the network. And thanks to a lot of innovations in security, right? We could also access this. Know that we are accessing these services in a pretty secure way, lah. Okay, so again, I mentioned earlier is that if people are using mobile devices and applications to access a lot of this information, then it goes to reason that when we design our information systems and services, we're going to be relying on a lot of this kind of API based backend where we provision a lot of our computing requirements onto backend servers. Okay, they are again back to the cloud computing, right? They are deployed on cloud, vast cloud computing infrastructure. Okay. Now the other one I want to mention here is something that I think we've been using it a lot, but we don't really pay much attention to it until something bad happens. Until something bad happens, huh? Okay, yeah. So and that is the use of libraries. I mean, we've been using libraries for the longest time. Okay, the original concept of library is for code reuse. Something very common sense and very promising. Okay, yeah. So today the use of libraries has only increased and evolved and expanded. Okay, yeah. I still remember in my earlier days and when we want to deploy, design and develop a application, good libraries are hard to come by. Okay, pretty much we need to write our own stuff, from scratch. Okay, but today there's so many libraries, and many of them open source and free. And of course, being free doesn't necessarily mean they are of low quality. Okay, talking about projects like Apache and stuff, you'll find that they come with very rich libraries. But what does this have to do with security? Okay, so if you were to look at the various, I see some questions here. Later on, I will go through those. Okay, yeah, but the use of libraries in terms of security is that we pretty much inherit a lot of the in the bad sense, if let's say the library exhibits certain vulnerabilities, then of course when we use the library, we are actually inheriting these vulnerabilities into our software that we are building that is based on that. Okay, I put OpenSSL. It's a very well-known security library, but it's still a library. Okay, and pretty much there was a couple of incidents. Later on, I will just mention it in my last slide. Yeah. Okay, and as you can see, the use of libraries and the discovery of weaknesses and vulnerabilities in these libraries have only heightened the awareness that you can use libraries, but the library itself must be secure as well. Okay, so these are the trends that pretty have affected, have constantly provided a lot of challenges to us as software developers or people who are trying to enable secure software. Okay, so what are we going to do about it? Actually, some of the questions was asking about how do you create software, how do you maintain software security, which is pretty much what I'm going to discuss in the next section. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so enhancing software security. In our night class, where we deliver this application security, we will cover a large part of this. What I'm going to briefly cover in this short amount of time. We also have various other courses. For instance, we work with Singapore Computer Society to deliver this certified CSTP, Certified Software Testing Professional. Certified Software Testing Professional, forgive me for my acronym. Okay, yeah, where it's a certification plus a course plus certification course that we deliver in conjunction with SCS to bring about the awareness and knowledge of the practices and technologies in terms of software security. Okay, and some of these we actually introduced in this course as well. Okay, so first and foremost, of course, everybody heard about this thing nowadays, secure coding in a secure way, and pretty much this is one of the fundamental things that we cover. Okay, way back 18 years ago when we talk about application security, secure coding, and in those days, okay, the prevailing language that we that we use is C, C or C++. Okay, fast forward to today, even in our full-time courses, we don't teach C anymore. Okay, we use Python to introduce students to coding. Whether or not that is a good or bad thing, I will not discuss about that now. Okay, yeah, but the first thing that comes to the mind is really how can we secure code securely. So one of the questions was saying how do you create secure software? Well, one of the ways is to look at the way that you code, because based on research and people who do research on this area, what we realize, and also looking at the current weaknesses that we find in software, right, is that some of them or many of them are due to bad coding practices. Okay, I call them down here in the second point, vulnerable coding patterns. Okay, all right. I call it patterns because in a certain sense, languages are patterns. Okay, and what we want to do is to identify those patterns that are identified that are known as insecure, and then of course the main thing is to avoid them. Okay, we avoid them is one part, but of course we need to provide secure alternatives. Okay, so that fortunately for us there are secure alternatives, and today that kind of technology it was around 18 years ago, and today it has matured to the state where it is almost everywhere. Even look at something that's very common like Visual Studio, where we used to develop C# programs from Microsoft. Okay, yeah, it comes along with some basic secure coding analysis technologies built inside for free. That's okay. You don't have to purchase any additional software. But of course, if you want to have a more robust and more comprehensive kind of patterns and library, then of course you need to purchase that. Okay, and but unfortunately, these things don't come cheap. There are some that even allows you to deploy. Upload your codes and they will return back as a cloud service. All right, to tell you, hey, oh yeah, this coding is wrong, or rather this coding is vulnerable. Can you change it to something else? Okay. Pretty much the first thing that comes to mind again is that developers themselves can avoid. Okay, developers themselves can avoid this kind of coding, but then of course as a human, okay, sometimes it's very difficult to make sure that you're 100% not you're not continuing to code okay, in this vulnerable area. So that's where automated secure scanning, we call it source code scanning, okay, to actually to help us to make sure that these things don't happen. Okay, yeah, but throughout the whole process of software development, there are many opportunities for us to catch all these patterns. Okay, all right. During development of coding, we have one such opportunity. In integration stage, you can also check, and so on and so forth, all the way down to beta testing and bug support. Okay, yeah. So pretty much, when do we identify which kind of issues? Well, it all depends on what kind of issues you're trying to look for, okay. But at this point, I can tell you that some issues are best identified at the coding stage, and there are some other issues that are more, can I use the word insidious? Okay, that you will not actually identify them in the coding stage, but you can only identify them later on in integration testing or even at the final building stage. Okay, so there's a whole plethora of potential weaknesses and bad design and bad coding that we can pick up throughout the software development lifecycle. Okay. Now, while secure coding represents a very large part of designing secure software, right? There's a trend that I want to just bring to your attention, and of course for you to consider. Okay, and that is the importance of secure platforms. I call it secure platforms. Pretty much, if you search the internet, there'll be a lot of different names to this. So as we evolve, even in our formal courses, we had to come up with certain terminologies to describe these things that we see. So pretty much, we have, me and my colleagues, we have come up with certain interesting terminologies to identify them. Okay, so for this one, I actually call it secure platforms, but I might not be sure whether this term is used uniformly across the industry. Okay, what do I mean by secure platforms? One such example is garbage collection. The concept of garbage collection. No, I'm not talking about the garbage collection where you go to your apartment block to pick up your garbage. But the garbage collection I'm referring to in the course of running a software, when you deploy, when you allocate memory, you create variables, you store data. After that, the data becomes redundant because of your processing. And then what happens after that? You need to deallocate the data. Okay, a very simple process. Okay, but what in the early days we have discovered, especially in C and C++, is that a lot of this redundant data is the target of potential attacks. So one of the key secure coding practice is to manage keep your house in order lah. That means when you create data and variables, when you don't need it anymore, you must properly deallocate them. But it is too much of a hassle to get developers to do it. Okay, no matter how much we expound on software secure coding and stuff, we cannot get people to do it all the time. And of course, and also there are some situations where actually it's very, very difficult to implement it effectively. Okay, so you see languages like, I won't call it languages, I call it software systems. Okay, like Java, of course C#, VB, .NET, these kind of platforms. They come a lot. The language is one thing, but the language also comes with a platform and a library that actually when they run the program, they automatically identifies for you based on certain patterns to reclaim back this unused data. We call it garbage collection. Today, all these garbage collection are everywhere, even in your iOS, your Android. Okay, garbage collection is a standard down there already, and this pretty much removes a lot of the security issues that we have, or security problems that we have with C and C++ in those early days. Okay, yeah. So with this long description of garbage collection, right? Of course, garbage collection is just one of them only, but there are many others. Another one I can just pick up off the top of my head is the concept of is the issue with databases. Everyone heard about SQL injection. Okay, very, very common. There are also very easy to understand examples. But one thing I can tell you is that a lot of these easy to understand examples are no longer usable. Okay, today if you were to install SQL Server, the latest version of SQL Server, you probably even with the worst programming practice you have, a large number of these injection codes will not work anymore. That's the good news for us. Okay. Yeah. So this is what I mean by secure platforms. The powers that be that introduced to us this Java, this .NET environment, they actually take care of a lot of this. They introduce technologies that take care of a lot of this security issues that we have discovered previously, that was previously handled by secure coding. But now they inbuilt features within the system that actually prevent all these things from happening. And so it pretty much leaves out the responsibility of secure code, a large part of the secure coding responsibility, away from the developer. Okay, and this is what I see, having taught on ESP.NET security for 18 years. Okay, it's just nice that in 2003 when we launched this course, right, ESP.NET was rather the .NET platform introduced by Microsoft was just coming out. Yeah, it was version 1.1. Today you are having the latest build to it is 2019. Okay, you can see how much this area has evolved. A lot of security features that they have implemented. Some are removed. While others are introduced. All right. So there's some part there. Once you have secure platforms, right, then the issue about configuration comes into play. Because I would say a platform is a kind of environment where your applications will run. And certainly these platforms will provide you with some flexibility. Okay. All right. Through configuration, through adjustable configuration. And so instead of doing secure coding now, what we need to do now is to be secure platform is to ensure that the configurations are set securely. Fortunately for us, Microsoft introduced this concept of secure by default. And pretty much I see a lot of most people have, or rather most companies have adopted this idea. Okay, so whenever you deploy a secure platform or an environment, the default setting is pretty much typically quite secure in my observation. Okay, I cannot make guarantees here. Okay, but it is still very important because as you maintain your applications, then you need to make sure that these configurations are maintained as well. As a last point here, as I mentioned earlier, is that I didn't mention earlier, but as last point here, what I want to just say is that there are now and then you see some incidents where the cause of the security issue, right, was actually bad bad configurations. Yeah. So it does happen now and then. Pretty much, like web defacement, which rears its ugly head now and then. Bad security configurations will continue to plague us unless we have some kind of magical system that can make things secure, regardless of how we set. But that kind of stuff is kind of far-fetched, right? Okay. Yeah. So of course you cannot say that everything that I make we don't allow for configuration. But if you remove configuration, that pretty much removes a lot of flexibility in terms of how organizations want to deploy this particular technology. So configurations will be there, but the key thing is to maintain and to ensure that these configurations remain at the secure state. Okay. All right. So another aspect about creating secure software is of course the security testing part. Okay. I'm beyond somebody in the question bank in the chat mentioned about SAST. Okay. Static analysis testing tools. All right. This is what's one part of the secure coding that I mentioned to you earlier, where you use automated tools to identify this. Okay, but like I mentioned earlier, is that there are many other security issues that can only be detected later on in the software development. So again, back to DevOps. Okay, to borrow to go back into the DevOps trend, is that the DevOps gives us a very good opportunity here to incorporate many security testing features into the whole process. Okay, so I'm talking about automated security testing, and in some cases even analysis. So I would equate the DevOps to something. The role that DevOps play in terms of secure software would be as a gatekeeper. So they are empowered to identify various security issues, and then before they actually allow this code to be checked in or for the software to build, even though there is no the software is completely buildable, compilable, everything's okay functionally, but there is a security issue. Okay, yeah. So a security issue can also be a showstopper. Okay, other than what we normally deal with, a compilation error, a functional error, and so on and so forth. Okay, so pretty much the role that DevOps play can potentially give us that kind of assurance. Okay, with regards to known security issues. I maybe introduce you to what we hear known security issues. Okay, yeah. So security testing is pretty much very developed, especially with the prevalence of DevOps. Yeah. All right. So I will talk about some of the questions later on. I'll try to answer them. Okay. Of course, I leave the security awareness to the last point. Okay. And pretty much this has something to do with the known word. So I mentioned about the known, right? Okay. The one thing we are very aware of is that while we talk about secure coding, that kind of stuff, and secure platforms, remember, secure coding and secure platforms deal with known issues. They only deal with known issues. If I can paint a rough kind of evolution, if you want to call it that way, okay, is that first we discover, this kind of coding would result in this because of this issue. Okay, so then we impose secure coding, good coding techniques to overcome this issue. And over time, what happens is that of course these issues, when they build the next version of the platform, they incorporate features that will deal with those issues. So now you don't have to go and get developers to code securely with respect to this issue, because it has really been built into the platform. Okay. Yeah, but these are only dealing with known issues. What about unknown issues? That's one issue. That's one kind of thing we need to deal with. And also, what happens if there's a new way of implementing certain software, or there's a new technology that we're utilizing? Okay, and this would open up a kind of worms in the sense that they would inevitably introduce new opportunities for compromise, which we haven't discovered yet. And so that's where I think security awareness is still very important, even though we already have secure platforms. And in secure coding and security testing, we have all these automated tools ready, but we cannot sit on our seat and then just enjoy ourselves. Okay, yeah, awareness is still very important because we need to deal with what we do not know, the unknown unknowns. All right, the unknown unknowns. Okay, that's the worst of the lot. Okay, so we must be prepared for security issue. New security vulnerabilities to expose themselves, even as we adopt new technologies. I can liken it to something like, it's like a moving target. It's okay if, let's say, we will use the same software and technology for 20 years. Okay, but that doesn't happen now, because new technologies will always permeate through. People will discover new technologies and new way of doing things, and that would some of them might even be so innovative that they disrupt our whole way of doing things, and then we need to go back to the drawing board. Okay, and so that's where security awareness will provide the kind of I would call it the last line of defense. That's why I put it in the last portion here. Okay, yeah. So if you can look at my second point, is that I mentioned key is not to be right. Sometimes I think it's an issue that plagues us Singaporeans, especially a lot of us go through the education system. What is right? What's the best way to write a report? What's the structural report you want me to write? I will give you that one. This will give you an A. Okay, we are kind of trained to this thing, but when we talk about security, I think we cannot rely on this kind of concept, but we must build up our confidence and our knowledge in terms of, and then try to identify appropriate opportunities to incorporate certain practices or certain technologies where we see that it is actually has some benefits to this. Okay, so we must be open-minded and try to look for opportunities, and of course, I would say calculated opportunities. Okay, taking calculated risks. All right, so that's where knowledge, awareness, is very important to actually to guide us in this area. Okay, yeah, and not only that, today as software developers or even software system designers, okay, we cannot just simply hide in our silos and then just I'm just looking at the time here. Okay, and just do our coding. But when we design our software, when we do certain coding decisions, that could actually have an impact way down the line. When deployment, when you're operational. Okay, so some of your security decisions that you make actually may have an impact down the line. So as developers, as designers, we can no longer just simply focus on the functionality. We must also then be aware of the potential security issues. The more you know, or the more you involve your colleague who is a security expert, okay, in the whole process, you would then be able to catch and identify many of these issues. And of course, recently I was reading a book on software engineering. Again, back to my first love. Okay, is that it's a very low fact. Of course, things that you identify earlier on would generally have a lower cost of remediation than if you were to identify them later on. Okay. All right. So quickly, some of the I would say skills that are critical in this regard to address what I mentioned earlier. Okay. Yeah. So things like what to test for. Okay. Automation is also one of the key areas in which to handle the scalability of our software security practice. Okay. So how can we scale up this software testing? So today we are under, of course, increasing pressure, not only just to code, but also to how to then incorporate all this software. So automate testing is just one part of the bigger picture. Okay, so let me just introduce to you this concept. I call it scaling security. How do you scale security? And pretty much I have already mentioned some of it earlier on. Okay, and that is the incorporation of automation. So as I mentioned briefly earlier, which I can go faster now, is that secure platforms tend to incorporate what yesterday was actually things that you need coding to handle. So now they incorporate into the platform. So regardless of the code, you will never exhibit this kind of issue. So this is how we actually make sure that those things that are of the old issues will be taken care of automatically. Okay, 100% kind of lah. Okay, or maybe 90%. Okay, and that gives us the opportunity to then focus on those issues that are not able to be handled by through automation or incorporation, but through our secure coding practices. So our secure coding practices will evolve. The old stuff will be gone because you don't need to take care of them anymore. And then there's new stuff we need to then continue to identify and then incorporate into our software and our coding practices. Okay. And finally, there will be those that our secure coding practices cannot identify yet. And way after we have implemented the code, way after we have deployed, and then, oops, a security issue come up. So what do we do with it? How do we deal with that? Okay, yeah, monitoring. All right, this is more like the work of our colleagues in the security operations center lah. Okay, but you can see the high dependency between the whole life cycle of a software system. Okay, yeah. So this is how we can actually scale security. Okay, 2003, those things that I taught actually are now in the left hand side. Today we teach about things that are currently cannot be still not down here, but still exhibits issues. So then we use secure coding, and then for those that we do not know, then we continue to monitor. All right, the monitor. Okay, so that's pretty much summarize all of the things that I want to cover in this short afternoon. Okay, but let me just close off with something for those among us who are not really into this area, but you're just here, trying to understand what this whole big thing is. So let me just introduce to you, in case for those who will know about this, of course, please bear with me. But those who are not, then this is something that perhaps to bring us into perspective here. I didn't put this earlier on because I thought this way of doing things is a bit better. Okay, so for us security guys, okay, the CIA is our mantra. Okay, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Okay, so pretty much it's like the primary colors. You mix the three primary colors, it becomes black or white, depending on you're using paint or using light. Okay, yeah. Similarly, all security issues can be distilled into these three elements: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. There's also this idea of non-repudiation, which is kind of a secondary color, combination of confidentiality and integrity, but pretty much more on the integrity lah. But CIA is the primary colors. Okay, so how does that figure for software? Let me just talk about this briefly in the next slide. Okay, so for confidentiality today, as not only just simply our process of developing software, but software itself also must exhibit security features. Yeah, things like encryption, making access decision, deciding who can access what. That also has to go nowadays. Have to go into the domain of security software design already. Okay, how you keep your information secret, especially those that are sensitive. You need to implement what cryptographic methods. In fact, the SSL that I mentioned, OpenSSL library is a library that deals with this. All right, yeah. Of course, usual stuff like within your application. Actually, we have been doing security confidentiality for the longest time in object-oriented programming. All right, remember those private and public keywords. Okay, yeah. Availability, of course, is the traditional one where we try to make our applications robust so that it will not crash easily, and then you make services available to those who are in need, who require it, or rather not in need. Okay, last but not least, of course, integrity. Ensure that your processes and your processing of information is according to what is expected and what is required. And pretty much this has two elements. One is a security portion, where we don't want people to modify the data, but also at the same time, continue to maintain the part about the functionality. That means creating trust. Over the weekend, we saw how when trust is eroded, right? What can they do to a bank? You know what I mean? Okay, yeah. So in a nutshell, okay, this is something that I just summarized in terms of based on the SDLC process. But don't worry, if you think the SDLC is passé, actually it is quite you'll find elements of this everywhere lah. Okay, it's just that whenever where you use Agile or whatnot, you will still see some version of this. But let me just summarize some of the key security issues here. Like for instance, today we know that secure software will benefit greatly from security requirements built into the software itself. Okay, both in the requirements resulting in the design, and of course we've been talking a lot about this just now, the development part where we implement security, and of course we continue to implement security in the testing and deployment stage. And of course, the deployment and maintenance part is usually the part that we tend to ignore or neglect, not ignore, neglect. Okay, yeah. So in our course, we typically talk about fundamental things like and these are some of the I would say evergreen principles that is always there one, no matter how maybe in 2003 and to now 2021 these are the things that are there. These are the 20%. Okay, in basic stuff, but equally important, input validation, authentication, deciding who can access what, authorization, make sure your configuration is managed well. Okay, error handling, exception management. Wow, that one is also one very big area which I do not have a good answer for. Don't ask me that. Okay, of course, today this is something that is pretty much in the area of security, but now it is also up to the developers and the system designers to actually make sure that these are incorporated correctly. A lot of times I see cryptography being incorporated back in the wrong manner. Okay, this only points to one thing non-awareness. Okay, yeah. Of course, we today not only just need to produce the results, but we also need to be ensure that things are traceable. Why? If something bad happens, we rely on this information to keep track of, to identify what went wrong. So auditing and logging has to be built into the system, and pretty much this area of work points to the part where remember I mentioned about monitoring, about those that we don't know, the unknown unknowns. Okay, and that's where the auditing logging feature is very important, and we need to build this into the system itself. But this area of work is not very simple. Let me just warn you a little bit, because when you log, it's not simply logging everything. No, the log information itself also can be vulnerable to attacks. Okay, so it's a never-ending story. So I will not lead you to a false sense of security by thinking that it is easy. Okay, sensitive data protection, especially in the age of privacy and PDPA, all right, which was revised recently. Okay, parameter manipulation, parameters and session management will always be there, especially if we still continue to use session management and parameters across all our whole software design. Okay, so this will continue to be there, that you need to always be on the lookout for. Okay. All right. So let me just this is the last portion. So I thought this is very interesting, and I will just talk briefly about this. This is not too long ago, this year actually, and this was from our very own SysCert, one of the notifications that they put on their website. Okay. Yeah. So SSL. This is not the only time this happened, but SSL being a library that's very well used. They have this in this case. This was not the first one, but anyway, one of the issues, one of the implementation issues was discovered. You see, what we don't know, or you don't know, somebody discovered it, then now we know. Okay, and what happens? You need to then find ways to actually ensure that this issue is taken care of, and in the form of updates, and then to actually deploy them. One thing I never covered so far is that another aspect that I recently read a book. There was this book by O'Reilly. Okay, Software Engineering at Google. It's a very good book. You can read it out. Okay, it talks about very high level and very interesting concepts about software engineering. It's not on security itself, but it has a lot of implications on this. What it's saying is that in software engineering, we want to make sure that security is also upgradable within system. Not only you want to upgrade your features, but also you must be able to upgrade security into the system. Why? Because of issues like this. Okay, when somebody discovers something, something new that you don't know, and it affects you, then your software must be designed in a way that you can quickly incorporate, patches and fixes into it quickly. or rather efficiently. Okay, and that goes back to the scalability issue again. Okay, yeah. So these are the things that will continue to happen, and implementation issues will always be there. And this is not something that is due to the carelessness of the developers for OpenSL, but really it is those kind of issues that they are very insidious. I use the word again, insidious. Okay, that you cannot discover easily on the unknown unknowns. Fortunately, these unknown unknowns are the pinnacle of the whole hierarchy of security vulnerabilities, you want to call it that way. Okay. All right. So in a nutshell, in a conclusion, no nutshell. All right. So I hope in this short session I've given you a kind of a broad idea about the whole big picture about the evolution of software development and the impact on designing secure software. And I hope I've given you an idea of developer awareness and not to be complacent. Okay, even as you purchase, security tools along the way, it only represents what we know, those things that we know. Okay, so tools will continue to play an increasing role, especially in the age of scaling security. All right, so there's some questions here, so let me just quickly answer them here. All right, so question one: how do you create secure software? I hope I've covered that just now. I was looking at the question when I was talking about this. So I hope I give you a broad idea about which area, some of the things you need to take care of. How do you maintain software security? Maintenance. So this is something to do with my, just now I just mentioned this, okay? How can we design software that can quickly incorporate, security updates quickly, okay, as we discover them, all right? Yeah, so some of the tools you would recommend for use for enhanced. So tools is just one part only. It helps in scaling. I wouldn't recommend any. I cannot recommend any particular brand, but definitely today source code scanning tools are kind of a must lah. And source code scanning tools are pretty much designed for a particular language. So depending on what language you are developing in, so there are different tools that are available. Okay, the tools have to be customized to that language, okay, for obvious reasons lah. Okay, the patterns are different for Python and different for C. Okay, last question: many SAST tools now don't support UI frameworks and backend frameworks. Any advice on this avenue? I think what you mean is the frameworks. SAST tools are the source code scanning tools, that are the static analysis tools that I mentioned. Part of it is source code scanning. Okay, what he mentioned was the UI frameworks and backend frameworks. That means those libraries that you rely on. And about UI? UI frameworks is when you create UI, right? Then they generate the codes to run those UI. I hope that's what you mean. Okay, yeah. This is one very big area that that is a bit tricky to answer. If you use source code to generate code, in this case, it applies to UI frameworks. You will have to make sure that the codes for the UI is secure lah. But fortunately, I don't see much personally. This is what I see in my observation, but it's not proven yet. But I don't see much issues regarding the UI portion. Okay. Yeah. But the one thing to pay attention to is how your UI interface with the various libraries that perform the actual work. Okay, so imagine if you were to see a UI, there is an administrator, set of functionalities. How do those? When those you may click on those, it doesn't work lah. Okay, unless the actual code that you call actually is run. So it's not about the UI that you compromise, but rather can you get the software to actually activate those sensitive code. So I think in that sense, the UI's role in compromises tend to be not so prevalent. Okay, yeah. Back-end frameworks where you rely on third-party tools, okay, the libraries and stuff. That part you probably have to rely on this back-end frameworks, who develops them, okay, like the Java Enterprise framework, all the open source frameworks, Node.js, that kind of stuff. Well, you have to then rely on the work that people do to actually discover weaknesses in them, and of course to be prepared to be able to upgrade easily when somebody discovers it and reports it, onto the some like the CVE, okay, common priorities database, and then we can. So the only thing we can do, of course, is to ensure that we can upgrade the frameworks or patch up the frameworks as and when new issues is discovered. Yeah. So that's one thing we need to deal with. Okay, upgradability. Yeah. So that's the last question. Okay, thank you, Kenny. Yes, so thank you very much for your time. I hope I didn't exceed the timing a little bit. Okay, yeah. So have a good week, and yeah, stay safe.
Thank you for enlightening us on the topic, Mr. Lim, and sharing a good book recommendation as well. It is our privilege to have you here with us this afternoon. For those tuning in, we hope to get your feedback on how we're doing, so please fill in the survey, link in the Zoom chat, and also send your registered email at the end of each session. Share with us your valuable feedback so that we may know how we have done well and how we can improve. Do stay on as we have a lineup of interesting sessions for you all the way up till 6 p.m. As we approach midday at 2:30 p.m. after a short break, we will have 2 concurrent sessions. Learn how human-centered design practices like design thinking and UX influences the way we serve citizens through our next sessions titled Designing Experience for Citizens by Ms. Lim Wee Kee, Chief of Digital Innovation and Design Practice, and Mr. Eugene Wong, Senior Lecturer and Consultant, Digital Innovation and Design Practice from the Institute of System Science, NUS. In another Zoom room from Change Voyage, we are co-founders Dr. Yong Sing Ning, accompanied by Ms. Stacey Huang, to share how you can harness the full value of digital transformation through your people. So take a short break, stay tuned, and we'll see you back at 2:30 p.m.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical specializations. These courses are offered in partnership with leading academic institutions and training providers, including NUS ISS, who is our operations partner, as well as AWS, Microsoft, Tableau, Secure Code Warrior, just to name a few, as our content partners.
Skills development is the ultimate enabler of digital excellence. The Digital Academy leverages 4 decades of NUS ISS experience in developing digital talent, with an open collaborative platform for the public service to lead the curve of digital excellence through practice-oriented and outcome-focused learning programs.
Get ready to be immersed in a variety of learning platforms, from the usual e-learning courses to the more interactive and hands-on sessions, such as hackathons, workshops, learning journeys, mentorships, and even attachments to private sector companies. I encourage all of us to embrace the mindset of being in constant beta, and let's keep learning.
A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to Day 3 of the Digital Academy's Virtual Learning Festival. For those who were with us at our earlier sessions, welcome back. Today we are on the track of apps management and apps development, and we are thrilled to have you join us. We all know that digital transformation is a long journey, and it is important to ensure that members of our organization are adequately prepared for what is to come. It is now my honor to invite both co-founders from Change Voyage, Dr. Yong Sing Ning and Ms. Stacey Huang, co-founders, to take us through this interactive workshop to learn more about the people-related pitfalls that hinder success in a digital transformation project and how to overcome them. Dr. Yong, Ms. Huang, please.
Hey, thank you so much. So welcome everybody. I hope you have had a good day so far. So this segment is around how do you harness the value of digital transformation through your people. So we're going to take a people-centric approach to thinking about how do you manage your transformation journey. Okay, so before we go into any content, we're going to be very interactive in this segment. So I would like you all to access this URL whereby you're going to give us some of your thoughts and comments based on whatever we would be engaging with you. So if I could have some of you just log into classpoint.app and the class code is 36543. I'm just going to stop here for a while because I seem to be the only one that has logged in so far. Okay, I see 2 people. That's great. Okay, we're going to be engaging quite a bit because this is an interactive online workshop, as the name suggests. So we would definitely need you to, give us some feedback and inputs because we can't directly access and talk to you. Okay, we have 7 people. You can see on the top right-hand corner there, the number is increasing. We'll just pause here for a little while for the number to maybe increase a little bit more. Maybe until 10 before we move on. So 7 people, and it's not increasing anymore. I was told there's 342 people who joined. So we're still missing about 330 something people. Okay, so we have 10 people now, 11, which is great. 13, okay, I think people just need a little while. Don't worry, I won't wait until there's 300 people because that may take a little bit of time. Okay, I'm going to move on, and later on, maybe I'll just flip back to this slide again for all of us to hook on to this platform. So I'm Dr. Yong Shin Ning, and with me is Stacey, my partner in crime, and we're going to talk a bit about what we do before I talk a little bit about myself. So the company that we co-founded back in mid-2016 is called Change Voyage. And what Change Voyage does is that it helps company manage large-scale transformation, large-scale change. And how we do this is by helping clients build their change capability. And we also help to plan and manage the journey. So we also do some change management activities for the client along the journey. So when we need change management capability building, a large part of that is around training. And the client that we have the longest relationship with is actually GovTech. So since 2017, we have been training the GovTech project managers in managing change in digital projects. And I'm very proud to say that to date, we are hitting close to 400 project managers over this entire duration from 2017 until today. So I'm very happy that a lot of them have given us very good feedback about the course that we have shared with them. Okay, so a little bit about myself. So I'm Dr. Yong, and in addition to being the co-founder of Change Voyage, I also teach as an adjunct faculty in the Singapore Management University, where I teach a lot of courses around entrepreneurship and also business model transformation. So as a practitioner, as well as a teacher, I think it's a very good marriage of the two prongs that we are engaged with. So we're not just very theoretical people, right? But whatever we experience in our practice and in our implementation, we plow back into what we teach. So whatever we teach is always up to date and always relevant, because the change management landscape is very dynamic. The way that we implement change, especially digital transformation, has evolved over time. So being practitioner as well as a teacher has its merits, because we are able to bring the best to the clients that we serve. So before I became an entrepreneur as well as an educator, I spent 15 years in a very large consulting company called Accenture. So in Accenture, my domain area focus was in change management. So I was involved in many, many large-scale projects, predominantly in the public sector space. So that's where I met Stacey, who was also my ex-colleague. And maybe I'll get her to say a few words about herself. Stacey, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Great afternoon to everybody here. So very excited to be here, and thanks, Shining, for the introduction. So I'm actually, as Shining has mentioned, we actually met a few years ago, and I've definitely left the consulting field and went in-house to become an organizational psychologist and also an internal or in-house change management lead, where I help sustain programs and projects beyond their transformation launch. And then now I've gone full circle and come back to the consulting field by setting up this boutique consulting company with Shining. So something interesting about myself is I actually love doing change management work, especially the work that talks after, 6 months after go live or 8 months after go live, because I feel that that's where the most change efforts are needed, and it's a gap that has been missing in many of our projects. So it's really something that's quite passionate of mine. Right now, I'm actually based in Hong Kong. I'm waiting for the travel bubble to open so I can come back to Singapore. I can't wait to when we can finally have this conversation face to face.
Great, thanks, Stacey. Okay, so without further ado, let's launch into what we want to talk about today, which is about change. So I can't see you, but I want to get to know you and the change that you are experiencing in your organization. Okay, so I'm not talking about your personal life changes, okay? So we'll park that for another day. But let's talk about what organizational change are you going through now? So the way that I'm going to get you to tell me is I'm going to launch the word cloud. So those of you who are logged in will be able to type in your response on the class point. So the 22 of you, maybe 21 minus me, who is logged in will be able to type in the nature of the change that you are involved in right now. Okay, so we see the data transformation, digital transformation, digitalization. Okay, the organizational change is staying relevant to users. Interesting. Okay, strategic workforce training. Excellent. Change of OD. So OD, I'm assuming, is org design. Okay. Virtual working is quite is a very hot topic now. There are a lot. We see a lot of our clients are also focusing in that area. It's a huge topic. Okay. Okay, excellent. I think we get a variety. So it's not just only tech-related change, but we see a lot of process level, human resource-centric. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to close the submission now, and we're going to move on to our more work, same pay, less colleagues. Oh my gosh. Okay. I sometimes also feel the same as you. High five there. Okay, so I'm going to close submission and I'm going to move on to the next question. So all these are change. So this is the context of change for you to just remember that. So I'm going to save it for review. So how are you feeling about the change? So I'm thinking the person who says more work, less pay, less colleague must be on the right-hand side, not the left-hand side. Okay, how do you feel about the change? A, B, C, or D? You can have multiple, so you can choose more than one option. Wow, anxious and tired. Okay. If I could hear you, like if I could talk to you, I would be interested to talk to people who are excited and prepared to just understand what they are doing and what's the secret success, secret formula. But hopefully we can share some of that today. Okay, so okay, people are anxious and tired. Okay, so great, you have come to the right place, which hopefully we will be able to give you some tips and strategies of how this fatigue and this anxiety can be managed. Okay, I'm going to close submission here. Let's save it. So we saw that the highest were anxiety and fatigue. And this, unfortunately, is very common, especially in those type of changes that you have mentioned just now. It's very, very common. So you're not alone. So the thing that we want to talk about is how do we systematically manage change so that we are not like this, which is C and D that we saw just now. So feeling things are just hitting us left, right, center, but we want to be change ready. Okay. Please don't think that, hey, I think Dr. Yong and Stacey are just talking about fairy tale, right? How is that even possible? It's not easy, but hopefully we can shed some light on how it can be done systematically. So what are we going to talk about in such a big topic of change management in digital transformation? So in a nutshell, what we want to say is, in this workshop, we want to let you take away how do we have people working with you and not against you in the transformation. So why are you feeling so tired is because maybe people are resisting the change, or there are a lot of roadblocks relating to people, the processes, and we want to have people work with you, not against you. So really that's in a nutshell what we want to help you take away today. If I just break it down further, how do we achieve the objective of the workshop? Because it's still very big and it seems very ambitious. So we're going to talk about three things. The first is to introduce the concept of change management. There are a lot of people who have very, very different ideas of what is change management. So we just want to get everybody to be thinking about it on the same platform, on the same level. The second thing that we want to address is what is so unique about change management in the context of digital transformation. Because change management approach actually differs according to different contexts. And digital transformation is one specific type of context. And we want to explain what's so unique about the change approach to be used in digital transformation. And the last thing is, how do I even identify what are the risks areas and therefore be focused in what I am managing, right? So we'll talk about that in the last segment of the 1 hour. So we will have about, hopefully about 10 minutes or so when we get to the end so that you can ask some questions. So we'll talk about this topic now. What is change management in a very simple, in the simplest form? So if I were to ask you, and this question may seem a bit rhetoric, right? So there is an initiative A, so project A, where the driving force is much bigger than the restraining force. Or there's a project B where the driving force is smaller than the restraining force. Which one do you think the change is more likely to happen? If you all were to just text in your answer. Okay, so we have most people typing A. Whoever typed B, I'm assuming it's a typo error. You pressed wrongly. Okay, so definitely it's where the driving forces, the reasons for the change is much stronger than the objections to the change. Okay? The why we need to change is a lot stronger than why we don't need to change. Okay? So you can see here that overwhelmingly we have 20 people who responded. That definitely A is when the change is going to happen. So change management, in a nutshell, is a set of activities that systematically helps you to increase your good forces, meaning your driving forces, and decrease the resisting forces. Okay. So in a nutshell, systematically, so not haphazardly, so it's systematically increase the driving forces and systematically reduce the resisting forces. So later on, we will take a look at what are these driving and resisting forces. Okay, so next question for you. So all of you would have some experience in managing change. So can you tell me, in your own words, what are some of the examples of change management activities? Okay, so we know that change management is systematically increasing driving force, reducing resisting forces. So what are some of these activities? Oh, brainwashing. ARTCA. So you're familiar with the ProSci methodology of ARTCA, which is great. Okay, survey. So understanding how your customers or your clients or your users are feeling. Okay, great. Co-visioning, communications, firing people. Okay, is that the one with the less, more work, less pay, less colleagues one? Because the colleagues are fired. Okay, very, very good. Okay, I don't see anything about being very systematic about this. I'm just looking for. Okay, not entirely seeing what I need to see, but management focus. Okay, I think all of you have done something to manage change. But if I were to ask you to kind of like put everything in one single definition, right? It's like a affirmative, conclusive definition of what change management is. How do we reconcile everything that you have represented there? So I see communication is something that is showing up very often. Okay, so I'm just going to close submission and move on. So a lot of times people have a lot of understanding of change management, and really change management is at the heart of 3 domain areas. So a lot of things that you're talking about, like team focus, management focus, is around the area of organizational behavior, because organizational change happens in an organization, and therefore teams, management, organizational processes, culture, etc., plays an important role. But at the heart of all change is actually individuals. So how individuals think, feel, are motivated is also a core tenet of change management, because it deals with the individual. So individual, teams, and the organization. And last but not least, very importantly, is around project management. Because I said that change management is about doing things systematically. And therefore, whatever we do, the activities like engagement, focus group communications, actually needs to be aligned with the management of the program or the project that the change is relating to. Okay. So change management is really at the center of these three areas of domain knowledge. So in a nutshell, if I were to define what change management is, so change management is a collective term. So everything that you have put out in the slide there, for all approaches to systematically prepare individuals, teams, and organizations in making organizational change. Okay, so this is very simple, but actually the complexity lies in what is the context that you are implementing the change for? Because different contexts, you will need a different approach. There is no cookie cutter approach to change management. And different magnitude of change that will actually require different approach. So when we say different magnitude of change, there are a lot of studies that talks about what are the different types of magnitude of change. So I'm just going to use one of the more frequently cited model and give you some examples around what do we mean by that. So a smaller scale type of change is what we call developmental change. So for example, you implement a system for people who apply for leave, and it's on the mobile app. But basically, by and large, the process, the fields they need to fill in to apply for leave remains largely the same. So this is developmental, or we call it incremental change. The other type of change, which is a little bit bigger in magnitude, is called transitional change. In transitional change, we see the start and the end state of the change. So for example, merger of departments. So we know what is the current state and we know what the end state is. A transformation change is the one that is the biggest in magnitude. So it may be organization-wide. So the different facets of the organization will be impacted, or it may be a sector-wide transformation. So for example, the national healthcare record, electronic healthcare record, is one such kind of transformation. When we, in the old days where we have to fill out our tax form and then we will submit it and wait for a long time before our tax numbers are known to us. And then now we can either do it by e-services straight through, or we're just told that our threshold is too low. So all these ways, different ways of doing what we used to do, that transformation is actually quite widespread, not only to one organization, but to many. And even the social service sector transformation, which I was a part of. So the way that different voluntary welfare organizations work with each other, work with their beneficiary, as well as work with the government, all that is transformed. So that is change of a very, very, very significant magnitude that is even out of your organizational boundaries. Okay. So today we are going to look at one specific type of transformation change, which is digital transformation. So digital transformation, as the definition there suggests, and it's really a mouthful, and we will dissect it in a while, is that the change is very radical and it is at the business model level. Business model is not only for the commercial clients or commercial companies, it also applies to government, because it's the fundamental way that you operate, the reason for your being, right? So it's a radical change around that. And the shift is towards customer focused, and how the change is enabled is by means of implementing digital technology. So let's take a look at what is so unique in the change management approach for digital transformation. But in order for me to talk about what is unique, I will also need to explain what is the characteristic of a digital transformation. Then I will talk about what is the change management approach to deal with this uniqueness. So firstly, in a digital transformation, because it's transformation in nature, change is radical. So the jobs that you're holding today may not even be there tomorrow. The walls of departments may be broken down. What is internal versus what is external may all be changed. So change is very radical. And because change is very radical, it's almost like there is a future state that is very unknown and very ambiguous and maybe uncertain to a lot of people. Therefore, leadership is extremely important in articulating a compelling end state vision. And change management needs to focus on equipping leaders to be able to articulate that end state vision and to rally people along this uncertain journey. Okay? Because change is radical. People don't know what's ahead, and ambiguity may strike fear in people. The next implication of change being radical is that there will be likely to be a lot of stakeholder resistance, especially where people may feel like, is there even a place for me at the end state of the change? Or where is my place? Am I still doing my old job, or my old job is no more, or my old job is being transformed? What happens to me? What happens to my colleagues? What happened to the things that mean something to me? Okay. So a lot of work will need to go into managing stakeholder resistance around how they feel about that transformation. The second characteristic of digital transformation is that it's not just one project. It's typically comprising of one or more programs with multiple projects in there. So a lot of the projects, digital transformation projects that Stacey and I have been involved in would involve very long-term legacy overhaul of the system, legacy systems. It may involve agile projects whereby there are maybe mobile apps or certain maybe shorter-term projects that allow people to see the outcome faster. So it's not just one project, it's many projects, and there may be many different people that's involved in it. So what is the change management implication of this? So firstly, we need to consider the impacts of these multiple projects on the people who are impacted. So can you imagine, maybe to you as the person who's implementing the project, this is your project, but to the person receiving the different projects, this person is being hit left, right, center, right? So we need to consider the impact on the user from a very people-centric approach. So we need to be understanding the change experience of the people who are at the receiving end. How do they accept and receive the change, the multiple changes? So this is one implication of having to manage multiple projects to assess and consider impacts from all these different projects on the receiver. Okay, the second one is we need to think about how to sustain the change. So a lot of us, when we implement projects, right, the day that we are the happiest is when the project goes live and then we have a good sleep. But you know what? The tire hits the road. And then we need to think about how do we sustain the change on a longer term basis and embed the change so that it sticks within the organization. This is the tough part. It's tough already for one project. So can you imagine how tough it is if we have multiple ongoing projects to continue to sustain the change and make sure that the behavior is a sustained one and it sticks with the people? So this is the second thing that we need to be considering. Okay, the third thing, and it's something that I mentioned earlier, is that we would need to, the boundaries, the organizational boundaries in digital transformation sometimes need to change. So something that has been done internally within the organization may now be done externally by our customers or by external partners. So this then impacts on the way that we structure our organization as well as the roles and the job definition. So part of change management is also looking at the org design, especially in a world that is post the transformation. Okay. Who is going to take the role? What does the organization look like to make it more agile, for example? Okay, lastly, transformations are characterized by having fluid end state, and so likewise for digital transformation. So change is definitely more iterative. So you don't maybe get to the end state in one large step, but it's through multiple iteration. So the approach to manage iterative change also needs to change. So when Stacey and I first started working in the change management domain area, we managed, the change that we mainly manage is waterfall change. So it's very sequential, it's very structured, but gradually we are getting more clients who are working on agile change. So agile change not necessarily only in technology, but in various ways that the company is, experimenting with change. So the way that we need to manage change needs to keep up with the pace in which the change is happening. Okay. So the approach to managing the change needs to be more iterative in nature, as well as it needs to keep up with the pace and it's faster. Okay, last but not least, it's enabling the people to have digital competence. So a lot of times when we work with the users to get them to, tell us what do they see the future state as, a lot of times the users may not be very familiar with what do you mean by design thinking, what do you mean by agile, and a lot of conflicts arise even at the very onset of the project. So definitely digital competence is required to enable the whole organization, the stakeholders, to be more change ready to embrace digital transformation. Okay, so I have actually talked about the unique change management approach in 4 categories, right? Now you may be thinking, oh my gosh, that's like so many things, right? How do I bring it all together? Is there a framework or is there like a methodology? So as part of our work with GovTech, we actually simplified the way that all these activities hang together. So all the things that you put out like surveys, communications, etc., it can all be hung on the change management framework that you see here. So by and large, change management activities can be grouped into 3 stages. The first stage is planning the journey. Okay, so before you even start on the actual change itself, you need to do some preparation work. Let's put it in that simple way. And after you have done the preparation work, the next stage is implementing the change itself. And finally, as I mentioned just now, is to embed the change, which is to sustain the change so that it is no longer a change, it's BAU. Okay. But why is it in a circle? It's back to the iterative nature that I mentioned to you. It's no longer in a chevron, which is like linear. You need to go through it again and again because, as we said, right, we don't implement change in a sequential way. It's more iterative, fast-paced, and experimental in nature. So likewise with the change approach, it's actually cyclical and learning is continuous. So we're not going to give you like a brain concussion today by going through all the activities, but this is just for you to just have a sense that behind the 3 stages, there are a lot of different activities that we have categorized them to match against that stage. So doing the correct things at the correct time. Okay, so you may be thinking, wow, that's pretty neat. So we've got everything, sorted out, so we know what change management is about. We know the things to look out for in a digital transformation. But ta-da! Why does 84% of companies still fail at digital transformation? Okay. So I'm now going to hand the time over to Stacey, who's going to talk you through how do we identify some of the risks and sidestep some of these pitfalls. Stacey, over to you.
Thanks, Shanae. That was great. Yeah, so let's have a talk about statistics for digital transformation, right? So years of research on transformation has shown that the success rate of transformation efforts is consistently low. Less than 30% succeed. So last year in May, McKinsey research reported that actually digital transformations, they're not just transformations, but digital transformations are even more difficult. Only 16% have reported success and ability to sustain these changes in the long term. Maybe an additional 7% of them says, okay, we see performance improvement, but we're not so sure about being able to sustain these performance. So even like, digitally savvy industries like high-tech, media, telco, they're struggling. Among these industries, success rates still hover around 26%. They don't really exceed past that. And even more so in traditional industries like oil and gas, automotive, infrastructure, pharmaceuticals, maybe even governments, it's even more challenging. The success rates are actually somewhere about 4 to 11%. So with these alarming statistics around us and with your experience, I want to ask you, what do you think causes change or transformation to fail? So let's bring back the word cloud. Let's bring back the class point. Tell me, what are some observations? What makes change or transformation fail? So Shini, can you open the, thank you. Unrealistic expectation, that came out very fast. Yes, leadership as well. Yes. Unclear objectives, resistance.
Very good.
Yeah, very good. Any more? I'm sure all of us, this is like the time for us to, say all of the things that we wanted to say and could never say it because we had to be PC. Yeah, funding, people. Yeah. I love that it's people, right? Because one of the lousy boss, one of the best quotes I've ever heard was, organizations don't change, people do. So if you can't really make change go down to the people level, it is almost impossible for organizations then to change at that level. Only they need to change, not me. Oh, I love that. This is something that I can definitely identify with. I'm currently going through a mega change right now, and I can definitely feel and resonate some of these things that you're saying because it's coming across in any of the countries that I'm helping in. Exactly. Micromanagers, impatience, unclear outcomes, a lot about expectations, processes, a lot of lack of training. So given that we know that these are some of the pitfalls, why then do we not manage them properly? How, we know that these are things that are coming up in the horizon. Is there not a better way to make sure that when we embark on our digital transformation journeys, how can we systematically ensure that these areas are addressed? So thanks, Shining, for this and helpful if you can help me close it. I love those responses because it just shows how much you all understand that change is hard. And it really is. It can be boiled down to 4 main areas. But at Change Voyage, we kind of take a risk approach to managing change. So if we think about risk management, we think about how much risk is coming and how much can we tolerate it. And if we can't tolerate it, then we need to make sure that we can either swallow it or we do something to mitigate it. It's the same thing with change. In change, it means being able to recognize how much change is coming in, exactly like what the umbrella is. So how much change is coming in, the arrow that's giving us that change. And also then talking about our umbrella, right, which is actually within our organization. Are we able to tolerate this change? Just using a Singlish word, are we able to kang it? And so we always encourage those embarking on digital transformations to start first with a change risk analysis. Let's identify which of the 4 main areas are you high or low risk in, so we can understand how best to treat it. Now, there are a lot of research out there, frameworks on, what can you do to manage change, manage your readiness check. And essentially, we feel that it boils down to 4 key main things. So the first thing is the nature of change. The second is the level of support, the value or the benefits of change, and the receptiveness of change. So understanding the risk to these 4 areas and being able to tackle them simultaneously can really be what makes or break a transformation. It's when the risk either flips too far or that we are able and maybe more prepared, more excited to when the risk comes. So when we look at what we mean by the nature of risk, right, we're asking ourselves, how messy is it going to be? How big is this change? How small is it? What is the impact going to be? Let's get specific. Is the change going to impact people in terms of their roles, their job scope, their org structure? Will it involve a fundamental change in the way that they are working and their day-to-day process? Will they need to unlearn, relearn a new system? And more importantly, is change going to be affected the same way, or will others be impacted more than the others? Will some departments see change a little bit more than what it is, or will it be something that they can kind of reverse back or manage? So this is what it means to look at the nature of change coming. The next is whether people buy into the change. So we're talking now about whether or not there is a perceived level of support. We need to know people buy into change if they perceive that they are sufficiently equipped for it. And this is seen through whether their leaders and their managers champion it. It's whether or not there's a consistent message in what leaders say and do, as well as whether or not they think they have the sufficient resources for it. So if people feel that they have enough time, they have enough materials and tools, we have already moved them from a state of resistance to contemplation. So maybe I can do it. Maybe it is possible, because actually, if I'm given enough time, if I'm given enough time to process, digest, and given enough materials to help solve this, it can be done. So the switch has already been made if we can already establish the level of support. Another important area to identify and to measure is about the value of change. So this is really understanding the underlying reason and compelling case for change. So is the benefits clear? Or are we simply changing for the sake of changing? Are people wondering, what is this change about? Are we sharp on how are we framing the message and being clear? I saw before some people said, what's in it for me? Being very clear on that. This is exactly it. And this is something that sometimes we do very well. But when we talk about benefits, is it benefits for Singapore? Is it benefits for the organization? Or are we talking about benefits to the individual? Because what might be good to the organization may not be good to me. So, the next part where we're talking about, another part of this is, are we sharp on how are we framing the right message to the right people? So do people look at it the same way? So does it, do people want this change? Is the change kind of, sorry about that. I have a dog here. So do people want the change, and are they seeing the change the same way? So when we talk about when people see the change positively, do we want people to see it as something else? And how are we being proactive about the change, and how are people being, how is the change being perceived in it? So finally, that's the third part. And finally, the fourth part is about, even if we realize that we need to change, we need to give people the tools to change, it is also a matter of how easy is it for the organization to change. And it boils down to organizational context and past experiences. So if an organization is going through multiple changes at one go, there is exhaustion, there is a mental block to receiving more, we need to be able to understand this and be able to cut and chunk the change so that it is digestible to people. And secondly, also, one of the key predictors of whether or not people accept change readily in a company is whether or not they have previously bad experiences before. So if I've experienced with change poorly before, chances are the next time a change is coming to me, I'm going to be thinking, no, not again. I can't believe this. Here we go again. But if I've actually had a positive experience, then what it means is that I will be more receptive. I will think, you know what, I've done this before, it was successful, I've quite enjoyed myself. So maybe this time will be the same. So one of the key fundamental ways of being able to shift perception or change is also about managing the reputation of a project. Being able to kind of reframe our projects, demonstrate success, demonstrate that there is movement, so that people can feel that actually this is something that's positive. So a part of change management, as people say, is also reputation management. I want to make sure that I can make sure that whatever has been positioned in front of my employees or the end users is something that is positive. So this is, you first have to tell them, especially if you are having it if the change if they're having a bad experience to change, then it's going to be quite difficult because their first impressions will be quite hard to change. You will first need to tell them how this is different before you tell them the details. All right, so those are the 4 key areas of what makes and breaks a transformation. Now, Shini and I, we have come up with a simple risk assessment tool for you. It's free to use. You can use it right now. You can take the link. You can scan the QR code. And it's really a very quick way. It's just a few questions, 13 questions, for you to see how does the change in your organization, how does it relate across these 4 areas? Is it high, medium, or low? And overall, it will give you a score as well as a downloadable report on where are the risk areas in your project and help highlight what are the next steps for you to focus on. So you can also download the report, and it will show you area by area, segments by segments. Is it the value of change? Is it the nature of change? Is it the level of perceived support? So this is how, it will flag out, are you high, medium, or low risk? And based on those areas, it can then give you an understanding, hey, maybe these are the 3 to 4 areas I need to start focusing on. These are the 5 to 6 things that I might need to have a conversation with in my project, because these are the areas that they are high risk, so we probably need to target them. So do I need to target communications, training, leadership? Do I need to target messaging, framing? Do I need to target business processes? We will not know until you have done an analysis. Are these your key areas? Is this where the needle is that we need to move? So we really encourage everyone when we start our projects, when we start our workshops, with GovTech, and this is where I'll start talking about the 2-day workshop that we have. When we start this, it really is about first identifying. Let's identify the risk. Let's have a sound understanding. Where are we? What is the assessment that we have? What are the key areas that we need to focus on? So in the 2-day workshop that we have, we do share how can we tackle this when the change risks are high. What do you do when it's high? What do you do when it's low? What do you do when there's so many things that's high? And what do you do if there's a few little things that's low? So, we need to make sure that we build the right change by planning the change right. So, I think just to close off, so with change, there's a high degree of impact. So we will, with these 4 key bucket areas, we will also be in the workshop, tell you exactly how do we then support you in each of these areas. So with the nature of change, we will share how do you structure your plan so you can deal with each element in a sequential and phase it out meaningfully. We will help you architect and design out a change journey. We will teach you actually what are the steps, what are the phases of people going through a change, and what you need to do in each step. So it's quite a simple way, and people who usually come out from our workshop, they've already developed a change journey, or they can already mock up or prototype out a change journey quite quickly. So with those who are struggling to demonstrate support, where you say that your level of support is low, where your risk of your leaders is high, we share tools. How do you manage your stakeholders? How do you get leadership alignment? How do you run a workshop to get leadership alignment? How do you move people from resistance to acceptance? What are the signs that you watch out for? How do you do certain reframing techniques to help people shift their thinking? And if you think that actually maybe the business case for change is unclear, it's just a top-down directive, people don't really buy into it, So if people don't buy into it, how can we make it clearer to them? How can we reframe it? How can we make it tangible? How can we help you craft the right messaging so that you are clear on what success looks like and you deliver the right messages? And finally, for those who belong in organizations that have been historically non-receptive to change, we also provide behavioral tactics. You know, Shining talked about the cross-section of project management, OB, as well as psychology. So we teach behavioral tactics on how do you make change stick? You know, how do you use emotional, psychological elements to layer your change interventions? So it's more than just training and comms, and we can employ more meaningful channels that will shift mindset and behavior. A very fun thing that we like to do as well is we like to also do a mini personality quiz during the course to just showcase how different people react to change differently. It's just human nature. And if people react to change differently, then what can you do? So when we employ these things in tangent, it will ultimately reduce the risk of change and increase your success rate to get people to buy in and join you in the change. And that's really what we hope for in our workshops to GovTech. So we also invite you to come and join us. It's really about increasing the likelihood of success and getting that digital transformation statistics success rate to go up. So thank you.
Okay, so we have actually reached the end of our very short presentation. Hopefully you could have some takeaways from our sharing. So now we have about 10 minutes on the clock left, and we would be open to answering any questions that you may have. Yeah, I do see the chat is...
I think that's fun. So Gretchen has asked, how do we manage the change journey?
Okay, so for us to answer this question, you have to come to our course.
So it's actually really interesting. And actually I'm having the same conversations currently right now in my organization that I'm helping in. So actually there is not just one journey. There's actually one big journey that's being thrown to the organization. And then my recommendation is always from that one big journey. It's how do you architect and orchestrate mini journeys so that, first of all, the change becomes digestible to people. But secondly, it's also become a little bit more personable. So how do we personalize and customize the change journey for different people so that they feel that they are going on something that belongs to them? So that's really how we have done it. So within the workshop, we teach you how do you recognize this, how do you create this, and then how do you sequence it, and what kind of behaviors and outcomes are you looking for, and what kind of activities can you do in each of these different stages?
I think just to add on question one, right? In a change journey, there is just like you need to be a helicopter, because helicopter will need to fly up high and then you see the entire forest, but you also need to go down very low so that you're at the tree level. Remember just now I said that the definition of change management, right, is you help to manage the change for individuals, teams, and the entire organization at large, right? So you have to kind of be a helicopter and look at the whole journey at a more macro level, and also then be able to kind of zoom down to the individual level and understand how the individuals and the teams are responding to the change. So this is very generic, I can understand, and the specific of how do you manage the journey actually differs from a case-to-case basis. But I think the best insight that I got over the so many years practicing change management is that you need to be at a high level, looking at the journey, and also coming down to the individual. Okay, just taking the next question. What is the difference between management of change versus change management? Okay, so I am going to split hairs. Change management, if you Google, right, actually there is a very structured body of knowledge behind this domain area. It's just like your project management methodology. So there is the PMI that is behind this body of knowledge, and they have very specific and structured modules that is supporting change management as a body of knowledge. So change management as a body of knowledge then supports various people in how they manage the change, because managing the change is a very big, is a very general term in terms of when there's a change, what is the way that you can make the change successful, and by being deliberate in the way that you are paving the journey. Not everything about managing the change falls into change management's body of knowledge. So if you are interested, you could actually look up, for example, the Association for Change Management Professional. So ACMP has got very clear body of knowledge, so modules of what change management comprise of. It's just like PMI. So in summary, change management refers to the domain and body of knowledge. Management of change is a larger term.
Yeah, I really like this. I really like this play on words as well, Shining, because you remember how we also have like a joke, an internal joke within change management. So, when I first started and like people were very confused about the change management domain, they always say, "Oh, Stacey, what do you do?" And I say change management. And one time I got this this report back, which was, "Oh, you do change management. Is it to change the management?" And I started laughing. And obviously, initially, my response was, "No, it's not." And as I continued working, right, and as we do things like behavioral shifts, leadership alignment, we do things like stakeholder engagement, stakeholder management, influence map. We do things like change story, change journeys for leaders. We do things like ownership of leaders and equipping managers to lead teams in change. I start thinking, actually, change management is somewhat changing the management sometimes. It's not maybe a physical movement, sometimes, but it really is also about changing the mindset of the management. And so, when, for example, currently what I'm doing right now, offering training courses is just a part of what Change Voyage does. But we also, for example, also do provide professional services for change management, such as advisory, coaching. We do, kind of hands-on as well, if you would like that kind of support within a project. So that's something that we do offer.
Any further questions? So maybe how do you communicate change in the workplace effectively? Okay, I think there are a lot of different things that you need to consider. Of course, you have to consider, the things like what is the message, who is the communicator, who is the sender. So I think these are quite basic stuff that most people know. But what we find that most people do not know when they come to our class in terms of how to communicate change effectively is they don't consider at what stage is the stakeholder at with regards to the change. So it's just like dating, right? When you first meet the person that you're interested in, you don't talk about marriage immediately, right? That is like maybe further down the road when all of you have got accustomed to each other, which is the change. So likewise, when we work on communication, we want to consider at what stage of the stakeholder commitment curve that person is at. Then we will be matching the communication messages, the channels, the standards, etc., according to what stage the person is at. Okay? Because otherwise it may be too little or it may be too much. So it really depends on where the person is at. Then you can actually communicate more effectively.
Yeah, but the number one tip for communicating effectively is to really understand actually who are you communicating to and who do they want to hear from. So if they want to hear, and the best person that they want to hear from is not a standard email box. Maybe it's not even the top guy. Maybe it's actually the person I want to hear from about change is my direct manager. So then how are you going to make sure that the direct manager is equipped to be able to communicate this? So I think that's really something that we try and shift in our when we try and teach change capability, because we're really trying to teach a capability like a mindset change, thinking from the state of the users and then thinking what's best for them. So I like the other questions, which is coming in on any tips on coping with failed change management. Oh my goodness,
I think if there's change management, I think it's the change that is failed. The change management won't fail.
So I always joke with Xin-Ning on this, because sometimes I feel like I'm only brought in to do change triage. So when a project goes wrong, when it has failed, when it needs to roll back, when it needs to tell a sad story, when the leaders need to go, oh no, I don't know how to tell, the timeline has been delayed, we're cancelling things, or there's going to be some very difficult shifts. And so I'm brought in. And usually when I'm brought in at the last minute. I love to share my horror stories and my scars. And very happy to have an offline chat on that. So if I could, if we can actually provide our contact number, that would be great, Xin-Ning, because I think then it will be great to be able to share this and share how we have reframed projects, how we have kind of tried to reposition things and relaunch things, and also just being able to, I think, just think very carefully the final objective before we run our campaigns for this.
Okay, I'm just going to take the last two questions because we are kind of running behind a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to answer the two questions, and I'm going to let you download this deck in PDF so that you can see our LinkedIn details and you can ping any of us. So how does a government agency engage you directly? So you just ping me or Stacey on LinkedIn, or I'm sure the organizer has our contact. Then we can have discussion. Okay, can you provide 3 tips on driving culture change so that staff can embrace a new way of doing things? Culture change is one component of making staff embrace a new way of doing things. But maybe let me answer it in a broader fashion. So we use this framework, which we call the head, heart, hand technique. Head means that you just tell people rationally why they have to change. Okay, so it's just like your kids, right? Oh, you must study, you must study, you must study. Okay, so some kids understand and you don't need to say anymore, but some kids just think that it's noise. Okay, so this is head. So it appeals to the logic, the rationale. And a lot of us already do a lot of that, like newsletters, town hall, etc. The second way is by heart. So how can you help people embrace a new way of doing things through the emotion? So this, sometimes you can use leaders, so people that they respect do it, and therefore they also do it. Or you can potentially understand why it matters to them. So, for example, I worked in a government agency before, and we were going to automate a large proportion of the processing work that this department was doing. And naturally, a lot of people were very anxious about being replaced or displaced. So we asked the question of, if we have this new system, what are the things that you wanted to do now in your work that you have no time to do it? And when we asked that question, right, then suddenly the conversation was changed, because people didn't see the change as a threat. Instead, they see it as an enabler to help them achieve their professional aspirations more, right? So this is how we appeal to the heart. Okay, the third thing is around the hand. So hand is around, okay, what is the structure that is in place that will drive people to be more experimental, for example. And this is a large part of where the culture comes in. So traditionally, from a culture perspective, are people open-minded? Does the company's policy and procedures actually take into consideration encouraging or incentivizing people to take calculated risk? So the hand part is where we see a lot of the cultural aspects come in. But of course, culture can also come in the head and the heart aspect. So in summary, we look at the head, heart, hand of which culture comes in some of these aspects. Okay, so that's all we have. I'm just going to see if I can get you to. Okay, so I'm going to get to share the PDF, and you can download the deck as well as the responses, all the responses that you have keyed in just now. So you can scan this or type in the link and you can get the entire deck. Okay, I'm just going to leave this on for another few minutes. Okay, I can't really see how many people are downloaded, but I'm assuming people are interested enough to download it. So I have my LinkedIn and Stacey's LinkedIn contact in there, or you can just go to our Change Voyage website, www.changevoyage.com, and you can just submit a query. It will come to us immediately. Okay, and we're happy to be in touch and have further conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yong and Ms. Huang, for the most interactive session. We really appreciate you being here today. As we hope to get your feedback on how we're doing, please fill in the survey, the link which is now in the Zoom chat, and also send to your registered email link at the end of each session to share with us your valuable feedback so that we may know how we have done well and how we can improve. Don't go anywhere except for a quick bio break, as when we're back at 3:45 p.m., we will have 2 concurrent sessions. Mr. Lim E. Yong, Director of Government Digital Services D-Cube GovTech, will be taking us through his session titled Managing Digital Products as a Public Officer, Usability and Accessibility. While in another Zoom room from ThoughtWorks, Mr. Florian Selmer, Head of Technology Southeast Asia, joined by Ms. Isa Tokunaga, Software Consultant, will share with us their expertise in a session titled Automated Security and Compliance. Stay tuned and see you back at 3:45 p.m.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical specializations. These courses are offered in partnership with leading academic institutions and training providers, including NUS ISS, who is our operations partner, as well as AWS, Microsoft, Tableau, Secure Code Warrior, just to name a few, as our content partners.
Skills development is the ultimate enabler of digital excellence. The Digital Academy leverages 4 decades of NUS ISS experience in developing digital talent, with an open collaborative platform for the public service to lead the curve of digital excellence through practice-oriented and outcome-focused learning programs.
Get ready to be immersed in a variety of learning platforms, from the usual e-learning courses to the more interactive and hands-on sessions, such as hackathons, workshops, learning journeys, mentorships, and even attachments to private sector companies. I encourage all of us to embrace the mindset of being in constant beta, and let's keep learning.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical specializations. These courses are offered in partnership with leading academic institutions and training providers, including NUS ISS, who is our operations partner, as well as AWS, Microsoft, Tableau, Secure Code Warrior, just to name a few, as our content partners.
Skills development is the ultimate enabler of digital excellence. The Digital Academy leverages 4 decades of NUS ISS experience in developing digital talent, with an open collaborative platform for the public service to lead the curve of digital excellence through practice-oriented and outcome-focused learning programs.
Get ready to be immersed in a variety of learning platforms, from the usual e-learning courses to the more interactive and hands-on sessions, such as hackathons, workshops, learning journeys, mentorships, and even attachments to private sector companies. I encourage all of us to embrace the mindset of being in constant beta, and let's keep learning.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical specializations. These courses are offered in partnership with leading academic institutions and training providers, including NUS ISS, who is our operations partner, as well as AWS, Microsoft, Tableau, Secure Code Warrior, just to name a few, as our content partners.
Skills development is the ultimate enabler of digital excellence. The Digital Academy leverages 4 decades of NUS ISS experience in developing digital talent, with an open collaborative platform for the public service to lead the curve of digital excellence through practice-oriented and outcome-focused learning programs.
Get ready to be immersed in a variety of learning platforms, from the usual e-learning courses to the more interactive and hands-on sessions, such as hackathons, workshops, learning journeys, mentorships, and even attachments to private sector companies. I encourage all of us to embrace the mindset of being in constant beta, and let's keep learning.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical.
A very good day to you and welcome to Day 3 of the Digital Academy's Virtual Learning Festival. For those who were with us at our earlier sessions, welcome back. We are delighted to have you join us. The words security and compliance spark dread in many developers' minds. Delivery teams see them as blockers to value creation, while security professionals fear reckless risk, lawsuits, and hurt customers. This session will give you some ideas on how to get out of this stalemate. Next up from ThoughtWorks, I am delighted to invite Mr. Florian Selma, Head of Technology, Southeast Asia, and Ms. Isa Tokunaga, Southwest Consultant, to take us through the next hour in their session titled Automated Security and Compliance. Mr. Florian, Ms. Isa, please.
Hi, thanks everyone for joining today. My name is Florian, and as you've heard, my current title is the Head of Technology for Southeast Asia. But most of my professional life, I've been working with ThoughtWorks as a consultant and as a software developer. So what you're hearing from us today is really from that experience of working with organizations across different industry on building exciting new products, helping them build infrastructure and application platforms, making sure that they can deliver value to the market, run the applications safely and securely, run them in a nice way. And I'm going to hand it over, and I have with me here today my colleague Isa.
Hi everyone, I'm Isa. So I'm a software consultant at ThoughtWorks for about 2 years plus now. So I was mainly doing mobile application development in my first year before switching into my current project, which is more like infrastructure focused and also allow me to delve more into how to automate infrastructure deployment, its testing and achieving compliance at the same time. So I hope to share some of these practical experience of testing compliance and also testing in general through this session today. Yeah.
Hi, yes, so let's get started. So what is this all about, what we're going to talk about today, right? So you've heard the words, right? You've heard it's something about security, about compliance, about automation, but that sounds a bit weird, right? So let me phrase it in a slightly different way. This talk is about this unhappy face of mine. This is a slightly younger version of me working in one of our banking clients in Thailand. And this is a picture of me a couple of weeks before we're supposed to launch a brand new product for this bank, something that creates a lot of value for the organization, makes loan applications a lot easier to their clients. So this is an exciting project, right? This is the things we want to create as developers and as engineers. So why do I have this unhappy, grumpy face in this picture? Well, the reason is that instead of putting the finishing touches on this interesting product, I spent these last few weeks before the launch in paperwork. I spent the last few weeks digging through Excel sheets with hundreds and hundreds of lines of criteria, of reading Amazon's SOC 2 compliance report that has 200, 300 pages, if I remember correctly. I've spent most of my time trying to make sure and to prove to everyone involved in this organization that we had crossed our T's, dotted our I's, that we had done a good job into building security into our product, into making it safe so it doesn't affect the customers and it doesn't affect the organization in any negative way. Right? And I'm guessing some of you have had similar experiences. Right? As developers, we often see compliance and security as something that slows us down. Right? We see it as something that we need to do before a release, right? Then it prevents us from releasing. That is a tedious, manual, very bureaucratic process that slows us down, that increases our time to market. And we would much rather spend this time on building new interesting features for our stakeholders, right? We think that security compliance is something that's boring and repetitive, and it's just a hassle for everyone involved, right? So not a good thing, right? If you think about it that way. However, I'm also consulting with the security side of many of our clients. I'm consulting with the infrastructure people who need to keep these applications running, who need to make sure that they're running in a secure way. I'm dealing with the security and the compliance people who have their own constraints and who need to protect the organization from certain things, right? And they have a very different view when it comes to having a new release out, right? What a security or compliance professional thinks about is much more about that change introducing new risks to the organization, right? We launch a new product, we create a new release for something, that's potential to open up new vulnerabilities that a bad actor can exploit, right? It is something that might endanger our customers. It might endanger our organization because our releases are no longer compliant with regulations, laws, policies, right? So what security and audit and compliance professionals also almost often see is danger, right? There's something that's dangerous and that we want to really make sure we get right. So who is right then? How do we go from here? Is one side right and the other side is wrong in this case? Not really, right? Sure, as developers, releasing software into production is how we create value, right? Software is no good if it's running in a test environment. It needs to be in production in front of our users, in front of citizens, in front of customers to create any real value, right? So how we create that value is through making changes to our production systems and rolling out these new interesting things. However, if we roll out these changes while breaking our security and our compliance posture, we are not creating any value at all. In fact, we're destroying value for the organization. We're endangering our users, right? So both of these sides have their truths to them. So what do we do then if we have something that we perceive as tedious, as repetitive, as a hassle, but it's also really important to get right and to get it right every single time? Well, in IT, we have an answer to that, right? It's what we've been doing for decades now. We let a computer do these kinds of things, right? Computers are really good at doing the same thing over and over again and getting it right every single time. So what we want to talk about today is how can we look at security and compliance and audits in a way that is automatable, as something that a computer can. And we want to do that by walking you through a couple of statements that often pop up in requirements around security and compliance and translate them into something that we might be able to automate. So let's get started. The first one you will often see is something around the OWASP top 10, right? A requirement that says that the organization must ensure that all our applications are protected against the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, right? Very standard phrasing that you will find in a requirements document, for example. For the ones who haven't heard of the OWASP top 10, these are basically a list of the top 10 most frequently made mistakes when it comes to web applications. Right? It's a list of things that we always get wrong when we build applications. So another way of phrasing this is we don't want you to make any commonly made mistakes while you're building the software. So how can we automate that? Well, first approach, we look at our code, right? If we're able to find out what a commonly made mistake looks like in our code, then we can use static analysis to find these kinds of patterns, these kinds of snippets of codes that indicate that something is wrong, that we have made a mistake, that we potentially have a security vulnerability there. We call this static application security testing, or SAST in short. And you will find open source as well as commercial tools for pretty much all the languages out there. And what they will produce is an output like what you see on the right-hand side of the slide here. They will produce a snippet that tells you, here's a piece of code, right? In this case, it's somewhere in the user repo class that has a particular pattern that indicates a vulnerability. In this case, what we have found is that we have taken some input from the user and without really checking it much, concatenating that into an SQL statement and putting it out into a database, right? This is more or less a textbook definition of a SQL injection vulnerability, right? And it's easily detectable by looking at what kind of calls is the code making, where's the data coming from, what kind of methods is it calling, so on and so forth, right? So the tool can find these kinds of patterns and flag them for you and say, here's a piece of code that you need to look at. Here's where the vulnerability is. So really straightforward tool that you can apply to your code on day one. The tools here on the slide are some of the open source tools that are out there for things like Ruby, .NET, JVM, Python. If you're in the GovTech ecosystem, then you might also have access to a commercial tool from Fortify, plus many other commercial tools are available that do something similar as well, right? So that can be a quick way of looking through security vulnerabilities in your code by identifying these commonly made mistakes and finding these patterns in your code base. The second way you might want to look for commonly made mistakes is the way a QA or the way a pen tester would look at your code, right? They might have a look inside your code base and have a look around what's going on in there, but they might also spend a lot of time just poking your application from the outside, right? Try to understand how it works and try to find ways how we can misuse the application in ways that might introduce strange behavior, might introduce security problems. And some of this, I must admit, is really hard, really creative work. And you need good pen testers and good QAs who will come up with the most creative way of using your application. However, there's also a large amount of work that isn't very creative, that simply consists in throwing a lot of different payloads at your system and seeing if anything goes wrong. And this is something that we absolutely can automate. The word for that is called Dynamic Application Security Testing, or DAST. OWASP is a tool in that space that is open source, ready for anyone to use. If you're looking for commercial solutions, there might be Burp Suite. Fortify that you will get from GovTech also has these kinds of products. No matter what kind of product you're using, they will probably give you an output like what you see on the slide, right? So in this case, we have the same application that we saw before, but now we're looking at it from the outside. And we found out that there's a session endpoint, and it takes a vendor input as opposed to parameter. And what the tool has done here, it has taken a valid input, the HVAC company in this case, and it's modified it a bit in ways similar to what an attacker would do, right? It added these quote and 1 = 1 things to it. And what it found out is that if you do that, you can actually log in, right? You get a positive response when actually you should be getting a negative one, right? Again, indicating something is weird, something is strange here. This might be a SQL injection, right? So these tools are a bit more work setting up compared to a static analysis, but can find interesting things that you might not find in a static analysis. Putting those two together, you actually have very decent chances of finding some of these commonly made mistakes that people make, and already give you a big boost when it comes to security. These are the first tools that any good security analyst will throw at your system to find out if there are any common vulnerabilities before they look at anything else. So this covers your own code, right? But what we are deploying is not just our own code. We're also deploying a lot of someone else's code. We're deploying operating system packages. We're deploying frameworks, libraries, all this kind of stuff. And we're not the only ones making mistakes, right? The people who are building these frameworks and these libraries also make mistakes. The beauty is, for those commonly used things, there are databases out there that can tell us which pieces of code are vulnerable, what the vulnerability is, what versions are affected, and how you fix them. So if we want to protect ourselves from these vulnerabilities in third-party components, what we need to do is we need to look at our dependency tree and map that against these vulnerability databases. And of course, there are tools out there that can do that. The ones on the slides, what you're seeing here is, for example, a tool called Privy that looks at Docker containers and the operating system packages in there, but also the application that you put into your Docker container. And what we found in this case, for example, is that we're using a version of the Spring Framework, version 4.3.2, that has a vulnerability that is very severe, right? It rates it as a critical severity. And also tells us if we upgrade to version 4.3.16, then we're safe from this vulnerability. So very useful tool is to find these commonly used libraries and their vulnerabilities. One thing I want to call out, if you're using GitHub or if you're using some of the other popular Git hosting tools, then you might have some of this already built in. So think about Dependabot that can give you these things just by looking at your Git repository. What they can also do, and that is quite interesting, is they can create pull requests automatically. So you're not just getting vulnerability detection, you're also getting resolution of these same vulnerabilities. I can get a pull request that tells you, here, upgrade this library version to a new version. You can run your CI against that, then merge it in without having to do too much work in actually patching these vulnerabilities yourself. So, all in all, 3 different categories of tools, all really helpful when it comes to making your application more secure. And the beauty is that this isn't just a way to tell you every once in a while that here's a security problem that you might need to fix. The beauty is that you can integrate this into your continuous delivery pipelines. You can run this on every change you make. So when you're making a commit and you make a change, you're not just getting feedback from your testing, right, that says like functionally everything is okay. You're also getting feedback on the security of the change you're making, which means that while you're still working on the feature you're building, you're getting real-time feedback when you make a mistake, when you introduce any security vulnerabilities, as opposed to 6 or 12 months down the line when there might be a security audit involved in, right? So really important to get that feedback early. So that covers your application side of things. However, we're not just having our application side of things, right? We also have our applications on top of infrastructure, right? So what you will often see in security requirements is a sense of hardening against certain standards. And the first thing that I want to look at in terms of infrastructure is, right, they're telling us when we say hardening, that we found some kind of rules that you need to follow if you want your security to be compliant and secure. If you want your infrastructure, your servers, your networking to really follow best practices. So when someone tells me there's a bunch of rules I need to check against, that sounds like something to me that I can automate. It sounds a bit like testing to me. So thankfully, there are infrastructure testing tools out there, right? For example, right, you might want to harden your server. There's server spec and inspec out there that allow you to write rules like the one you see on the slide here, right? That allows you to say like, okay, I have this SSH config file here. These are the things it needs to have, right? It needs to be owned by a certain group. Some things need to be readable or not readable. You can write these tools in a language like server spec and inspec, and then check it automatically. So that if an auditor comes along and asks you, have you hardened your server against these rules? You can show him, yes, I have, right? I can automate checking these rules in a very fast way. So that's the theory. Let me hand it over to Isa now to talk a little bit about how you actually do that in a larger scale, how she actually worked on this kind of stuff, working on a project with GovTech. When the requirement comes in, say, hey, we need your servers to be hardened against the CIS standard.
Great. Thanks, Florian. So, okay, let's take a closer look at how we can automate the hardening process and also automate its testing. So, in the project that I worked in, we follow this CIS benchmark So as the documentation suggests, this CIS benchmark is like a prescriptive guideline that helps to provide like a secure configuration posture. So I screenshot one of the many rules that CIS benchmark has. Okay, so it's a little bit small, but each rule basically has a rationale as to why this rule should be configured, and an audit. So an audit, which is basically like a command that you can run to check if the rule is applied to your configuration. And then if not, then a remediation. So remediation is the command that you run in order to configure your servers to be secure and pass the audit check. Okay, so as mentioned, there's a lot of these rules, and applying these rules one by one in each of your servers is probably not scalable and prone to mistakes. So we actually found that there's this Ansible playbook. It's a GitHub repo. Basically, it codifies all the remediation commands. So what we need to do is basically we just run these Ansible scripts, and then we output a hardened image. So one good thing about running these scripts, it also gives us like the flexibility to toggle on and off which rule that is applicable to us. So these rules are just a guideline, right? So they don't always fit to your infrastructure, for example, and maybe you might not want to apply this rule. Then the Ansible scripts provides like toggles for you to turn them off as you deem appropriate. Okay, so now that we have built this hardened image using the Ansible scripts, then we can spin up our instances using this hardened image. So, however, we should also kind of like test if our instances are indeed hardened as expected. So to do this, we will spin up like a test instance with that hardened image. And then there's another GitHub repo that creates like this inspect tests, and it will verify if you have applied all the hardening rules as expected. So after running this inspect test, it will actually output the results in a JSON format. Yeah. So in our project, we actually made use of these results, and then we created like a simple report generator. So it will display the results of the tests in a HTML file, like you see in the screenshot. So as you can see, we added like a Jira ticket, like a Jira link, so that, for example, if the test fails, we can refer to the Jira ticket for the reason why it's failed. So maybe we want to add some context as to why it's okay that this test is not passing. And then this report also kind of gives us like a way to check like which rules we have applied. And then maybe if the auditors come along and they want to check, okay, which rules have you applied based on this CIS benchmark, then we can easily refer to this report and say that, okay, these are the rules that we have applied, these are the rules that we have not yet to apply, and the reason why it's not applied, you can find more information in the Jira ticket. Yeah, so in a nutshell, this is basically how we can automate compliance.
Thank you, Isa. So this is talking about how you harden a server, but a server isn't the only thing you're deploying into infrastructure, right? Especially if you work on one of the public clouds, there's a lot more stuff going on, right? There is things like IAM roles, there is databases, there is networking, and all kinds of other resources that you also need to get right, and that you also need to follow certain rules around if you want to keep them secure. And there are testing tools for this kind of infrastructure as well, right? So thinking about things like AWS spec and Terraform compliance, which you see on the slide here, right? That allow you to write a test on your whole infrastructure, say, for example, on your firewall configuration, right? In this example, you say, we're deploying an internal app. We don't really need to expose it to the outside world. So please let's make sure that our firewalls don't open any ports out into the public internet. Right? And this is a rule you can write. You can check. You can automate checking that against your AWS account, your Azure account, things like that. And again, I'll come back to an auditor to tell you, right, I followed these rules, we're automatically checking it, and we're getting real-time feedback on this kind of thing. Another thing I want to call out is the Open Policy Agent that looks at the same problem slightly differently for different kind of tools. So Open Policy Agent is something that has a bit of a higher learning curve, right? You see it here on the slide. It's a bit harder to read, but it gives you a lot of power for cloud native tools, things like Kubernetes, things like service meshes. These kinds of tools are really powerful, which means it's also a lot more complex to get security right in these circumstances. So Open Policy Agent hooks into these tools and gives you a way to write these security policies on there and enforce them automatically. So what we're doing in this snippet, for example, is we're saying we only want hardened secure images that we know about deployed into our Kubernetes cluster. We don't want anyone just deploying things they found on Docker, which might be a reasonable rule to have in your organization, right? So this kind of Open Policy Agent statement enforces that, right? It says only deploy images that we know about that come from our personal registry. And that way, again, right, you can automate some of the rules you have around how you deal with infrastructure. Now, handing it over to Isa to talk a little bit about how does that look like in practice, right? We know there are these kinds of testing tools and there are these kinds of security tools, but how do they actually fit together on a real life project? And how can you not just enforce your security rules with them, but also check that your applications or your infrastructure is functional and does the things that you want it to do? So take it away, Isa.
Thanks. Okay, so as mentioned by Florian, you might want to write unit tests to make sure that your infrastructure is secure. So I want to go a little bit more in depth about one of the tools that we use in our project. So we use this tool called AWS Spec. It basically helps us to verify if our infrastructure is configured correctly through writing unit tests. So let me give you an example of how you might want to do that. So, okay, so for example, you have an application deployed on instance A, and then this application needs to reach a service that is exposed on, say, port 8443 on instance B. So in order to allow this connectivity, you have to allow inbound traffic from instance A IP address on the port. So in order not to expose your service on instance B unnecessarily other than from instance A, you want to make sure that only this port is open to instance A IP and all other IP should be blocked on this particular port. So this is where AWS Spec comes in. So you can write a unit test to make sure that traffic from other IPs is denied. So you can see in the code snippet here, its inbound is expected to be denied 8443 on all other ports. Yeah, so this way, if someone incorrectly configured inbound access from other IPs, then the test will fail, and then it will alert the desk that the misconfiguration needs to be fixed. Okay, so one thing to note about writing such specific negative tests is that you might find that there are endless such negative scenarios. So for example, on top of denying 8443 from other IPs, right, you might want to deny port 22 so that other people cannot shell into your instance, or you might want to also deny 3389 so that you deny other IPs from being able to RDP into your instance. So the number of negative tests to write may get quite out of hand. So in this case, you might maybe want to instead configure some default configurations that help to ensure that no unnecessary traffic can reach your instance. So for example, in AWS, there's a default deny all inbound traffic when configuring networking rules, as you can see in the screenshot. Yeah, then you may then consider writing unit tests to ensure that this deny all rule is in place and is in effect. Okay, so while testing the security of our infrastructure is important, it's also important to test that the application itself is still working as expected. Sometimes we may be trying to focus on tightening our networking rules, and we might accidentally break our application from working. So definitely we want to write tests to make sure that our application is still working. So going back to our example, we can write a unit test using AWS Spec to test the positive scenario. In this case, is to make sure that traffic is in fact open on the port 8443 as expected. So in the code snippet, you can see that right now we are testing the positive scenario, which is that the inbound allows traffic from 8443 from this specific IP address, which is instance A's IP address. So, but one problem with writing such unit tests is that it tests configuration and not correct behavior. So this is one thing we notice about writing unit tests, right? So what I mean by that is that I might have accidentally mistaken the IP address of instance A. So I wrote here 10.0.0.1, but maybe in fact the correct instance A's IP is 10.0.0.2, for example. But in this case, the unit test would still pass because it's only asserting that the configuration is correct. It doesn't know that instance A's IP needs to be correct in order for it to be able to talk to instance B. So so that's kind of like a limitation about unit tests. So in our experience, integration tests using Terra tests can help us overcome this problem. So Terra test is basically a Golang library that it provides helper functions for testing infrastructure. So you can see that in this code snippet, we have this helper function, EC2 TCP check. So what this function does is it will search for the instance with the name tag instance A, and then it will shell into it, and then it will do a TCP check to see if it can reach the instance B endpoint exposed on 8443. So doing it this way, even if we did provide a wrong IP address for the inbound rule, it will fail the test as expected, because without the correct rules, instance A is not able to hit instance B. So then this will prompt us to check if connectivity is configured incorrectly and try to fix it. Yeah. So this way we can make sure that our infrastructure is configured correctly and also securely. So now I'll pass back to Florian.
Thank you. So these kinds of tools are really effective if you have a set of rules in place, right? And in large organizations, there is probably a security team that can help you come up with these kinds of rules. You can find these from a community. You can find them in places like CIS. But if you're just getting started with the cloud, for example, then you might not have all of that in place yet, right? But you're probably aware that there are a couple of security things that people often make mistakes on that you want to be careful about, that you shouldn't get wrong, right? So probably the most popular one is the open S3 bucket on AWS, right? Many organizations configure their S3 buckets to be public, and suddenly all kinds of sensitive information about their users is publicly available to anyone, right? You don't want to make these kinds of mistakes. So there are tools out there that help you with this kind of stuff. Some of them, like a Scout Suite, Prowler, and so on, will just look at your whole AWS account, right? They scan your whole AWS account, and they find things that are configured in an odd way or configured in a way that people often get wrong, and it alerts you to these kinds of things, right? So talking about the S3 example, right? This is what Scout Suite will give you as a report, saying like, here's an S3 bucket that's open to the whole world. Do you really want to do that? There might be a valid case for that, but more likely you want to keep that private, so have a look. There are also tools that operate similar to what we had before on a static analysis, but on your infrastructure as code. So TFSec is one of these tools, right, that can look at the infrastructure as code that you've written in Terraform and point out to you some things that you might have gotten wrong in configuring your infrastructure with infrastructure as code. So these are good tools for you to use. Also, and one thing I want to point out here is our cloud providers have caught onto this kind of thing. They want us to secure our systems better. So they're starting to give us tools to do this within their own platform. So if you're on AWS, check out the AWS Security Hub. If you're on Azure, check out the Azure Security Center. These combine lots of different security tools that were already there on their platforms, assembles them in a nice way, gives you a good entry point to look for what these cloud providers think common misconfigurations are, can alert you to it. They can also do more powerful things like looking through your audit logs for strange patterns and things like that. So have a look at the tools that your cloud provider gives you. Also have a look at some of the static analysis or scanning tools that are out there. Our security professionals that we often work with usually use a combination of these different things to really analyze an account. If you're just getting started, maybe start with one or two of them. See if you find anything relevant out there. So, are we done yet? Probably not, right? Security is a massive field, so we could go on forever. So I just want to point out a few things that are probably worth their own talk that you might want to look at. First is, once you've released your software into production, how do you monitor security things? Do you have to write audit logs in place so you can trace whether you got attacked or not? Can you adapt your infrastructure in real time to react to security problems? Right? How do you monitor security in production? And the other thing I want to point out is something that Isa mentioned before, and that is when you're working with security and audit and compliance people, you're not always talking with highly technical people, right? So we can make it easier for non-technical people to consume the information that these kinds of tools give us, right? They might need the information in an Excel sheet or in a Word document, right? Something that they're familiar with and they can easily read through. So can we use all the automation and all the tooling that we already have in place, take that in and reformat that information into something that's easily consumed for another role that might be less technical, might have less interest or capabilities to understand the details of our applications and our infrastructure. So have a look at those things as well, but start with some of the things that we've discovered in more detail. Now, all of these are kind of pick and choose. You can adopt some of these practices and some of these tools, and not all of them. And each one of those that you adapt and adopt will increase your security posture, will make your applications more secure, right? So if you're using a combination of the things that we've talked about today, you have pretty solid security automation, right? You're probably doing a job that's a lot better than what most people out there in the industry are doing right now. So congratulations, you're doing quite an awesome job. However, are you done yet? We've talked earlier about how I was frustrated by having to fill in all this documentation, by having to spend so much manual time, and how developers and infrastructure people, or developers and security people, or product and compliance people often clash on these kinds of things. Have we solved this kind of problem by adding more tooling? And I'm afraid I must tell you, no. There's one more thing you need to consider. And that is, if you really want to attack this kind of clash of cultures between security, compliance, and development product side of things, you need to start looking at the human factor. You need to, because any system that you can build will only ever be as powerful as the people who are using it and who are interacting with it. So we'll start with our own team, right? So you've seen my talk today, and you want to adopt one of the tools that I talked about, and you're excited and you put it into your pipeline. What happens next? Well, next, this tool fails, and now your pipeline is red. And your team is looking at that and saying, wow, security is annoying again. We've put the security thing in our pipeline, and now it's annoying us. It's red, it's green, it's red. This is just another hassle. Right? This is not the thing you were trying to do. Right? So talk to your team about these kinds of things when you introduce them. Talk to your team about how they can make their life easier. Talk to them about this tool might become red. If it's red, that means there's a security thing we need to look at. Talk to your team and talk to your stakeholders about what do you do if that tool is red, if that is flagging a security issue. Who can make a good decision about whether this is a false positive, whether this is a real issue that you need to take care of? Who decides how fast you need to fix it? Whether you need to immediately get a fix out into production, or whether it's something you can fix in your code and then release whenever the next deployment happens. Who makes these kinds of calls? How do these tools fit into your team? How does a team handle that so it doesn't become a hassle? So it actually becomes something that helps your team be more effective. Right? This involves talking to people. This involves influence and convincing them. But that's within your own team. The second part goes outside your team, right? Most likely, you won't have a lot of security and compliance and audit professionals within your team, right? They will come in and have requirements. There might be stakeholders for you, right? So how can you build collaboration instead of confrontation with these roles? The key to that is empathy, right? We are all coming at this from different angles. We're coming at it with different skill sets, with different motivations, with different ways of looking at the same problem, right? So unless we start understanding where a different role comes from, we will not understand why they're telling us the things that they're telling us. We won't understand what is important to them and how it's related to the goals that the organization has, right? So start building that empathy and build that trust between different roles of different people in the organization, right? The next time your audit people come around, take them out for a coffee, right? Talk to them about what kind of issues they're facing. Get to know them as human beings. See if there's a favor that you can do them, right? See if there's something that they really, really need from you that they're not getting. If you're a security professional that joins a developer team and needs them to fix something for them, right? Try to understand their world. What is the product they're trying to get out? What pressure are they under? Have they maybe solved the things you asked them about, but in a different way? And are there ways for you to work together to solve the same problem in a more effective way? Right? Build that empathy, build relationships with the people, so you can start collaborating and getting to a more secure, but also a better working relationship between different roles in the organization. So if you're starting to do these kinds of things, if you are really good at that, then what does good look like? Well, in a perfect world, if you're really good at this, then the day-to-day, repetitive, annoying part of security and compliance will be taken over by the machines, right? The common stuff will be things that run in your pipeline. You make a change, within 5-10 minutes, an hour, you get automated feedback on that change. Is my code still working? Is my code secure? Is my code compliant? Right? And it will cover a decent percentage of all the possible security and compliance issues out there. It won't cover everything, but it might even cover enough that you can go to production just with the confidence that these tools are giving you. And if your tools are not giving you that confidence yet, then at least you've covered a decent variety and humans can take care of the rest. Right? In fact, in all cases, right, having this automation in place frees up the humans in the system. frees up our developers, our security professionals, our compliance professionals to do more valuable work, right? The computer is taking care of the checkbox items that we all need to do, and we can focus on adding more value. We can start doing more creative exploratory testing with the system. We can start reviewing source code in more detail. We can work together to see if we can add or improve our automation around security or our monitoring. We can even go even further into the delivery cycle and look at how do we design systems? How do we analyze new requirements? And can we bake security into the system at that level to overall give us a better, more secure system that's also much faster and much easier and much more painless to release? And what's not to like about that? That's all we have. Thank you very much for listening. And I think we have plenty of time for questions. So please put them into the Q&A function. All right, let me share the screen again. And go there. Do we have any questions?
I think there was a question. What is the best practices to secure the Ansible? Not sure if someone can clarify what does secure the Ansible means.
Right. I'm guessing one of the things, right, so I think there are two parts, right? Ansible will always be as secure as the statements that you will write in Ansible, right? So I'm guessing one thing that Isa has mentioned is, right, you can take these Ansible playbooks, for example, from matching the CIS framework, right? And these are well audited and understood by the community, right? So that just gives you a package of security hardening that you can just pull into your Ansible code. I'm not sure if there's a tool that analyzes your Ansible code for security vulnerabilities. There might be, but I'm not familiar with them. Might be worth looking for that, right? So static analysis for Ansible, that might be something to Google for. Apart from that, what you can definitely do then is the things we talked about in spec, right? In server spec, in like the rules you can set up and the test automation that you can set up to check whether the effect of your Ansible changes results in a more secure system, right? So apply the Ansible playbook, then check whatever in the server or check your infrastructure, whether it still complies with those rules. That was the kind of things that come to my mind when I read the question, but yeah, I'm not sure if we covered that.
Okay, I think the clarification is earlier Ansible is used for automation. However, if this is compromised, it means the entire infra is compromised.
Right. My guess is this refers to like Ansible uses SSH to apply changes to my infrastructure, or at least to my servers. If the Ansible SSH key is compromised, your infra is compromised, yes. You probably only get around that by limiting how much a single SSH key can do, right? So you have separate SSH keys for your test environment versus your prod environment, or maybe for your application servers versus your load balancing servers, things like that, right? That way, you reduce the blast radius of such a thing, right? So you're not compromising your whole infrastructure. However, there is that risk. You could also look at, like, do you even need Ansible to have access to all your servers? So the way we often build servers is we're not spinning up a server and then applying Ansible to it, but instead we run Ansible to build an image, right? And then you use that image for your actual production servers. That way Ansible doesn't need to have access to your actual production servers. Anything to add on that, Isa?
Yeah, agree with you. Yes, that's also how we do it in practice. So basically, just now when I mentioned building the hardened image is also is using Ansible to build the image only. Yeah. So after that, the image is then used to spin up the other instances, but the other instances don't necessarily have to have Ansible. Yeah.
All right. Any more questions from the audience? Please continue to put in your questions if you have more questions.
Okay, that is all the questions from the audience in the chat. Okay. Okay, so I think we can wrap up now. I guess that's all for today from us. Thank you everyone for joining. I hope this has been useful. Yeah, see you again.
Thank you. Hope this was useful to you. If you have more questions, please reach out to us.
A big thank you to both our speakers for the wonderful session. As we hope to get your feedback on how we're doing, please fill in the survey, the link which is now in the Zoom chat, and also send to your registered email link at the end of each session to share with us your valuable feedback so that we may know how we have done well and how we can improve. We will now take a short break, and when we are back at 5 p.m., we will have our last 2 concurrent sessions for the day. Thank you for those who have been listening in since morning, and when you're back, listen in on how to implement a successful outsourced Agile project by Miss Angela Lim, Senior Assistant Director, WINS Outsource, Ministry of Manpower. In a separate Zoom room, we have Mr. Nitin Balza, Consultant of Process Works Group, to take us through a very interesting session titled The Age of Exploration in Testing Has Arrived. Stay tuned and see you back at 5 p.m.
To be a smart nation and a digital government, we require all public service officers to be comfortable using digital technology. We also require public service leaders to have sufficient digital skills to lead in the digital transformation. Finally, we require our tech professionals to stay ahead of developments as technology evolves. We need to have the mindset to always improve, even if you feel that you are already at the highest level of proficiency.
The Digital Academy will be an open platform where we can work with best-in-class industry partners depending on the technical specializations. These courses are offered in partnership with leading academic institutions and training providers, including NUS ISS, who is our operations partner, as well as AWS, Microsoft, Tableau, Secure Code Warrior, just to name a few, as our content partners.
Skills development is the ultimate enabler of digital excellence. The Digital Academy leverages 4 decades of NUS ISS experience in developing digital talent, with an open collaborative platform for the public service to lead the curve of digital excellence through practice-oriented and outcome-focused learning programs.
Get ready to be immersed in a variety of learning platforms, from the usual e-learning courses to the more interactive and hands-on sessions, such as hackathons, workshops, learning journeys, mentorships, and even attachments to private sector companies. I encourage all of us to embrace the mindset of being in constant beta, and let's keep learning.
Hi there, and welcome to the Digital Academy's Virtual Learning Festival Day 3. We are down to our last session for the day, and we are so glad to have you here with us. A cybersecurity crisis is very different from a conventional one. The age of exploration and testing has arrived. Aptly titled, let us invite Mr. Nitin Balza, consultant of Process Works Group, to share with us key lessons in effective cyber crisis management. Mr. Balza, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here with all of you. So let me start by wishing you all good evening. I understand it's the last session of the day. And you notice our topic is the age of exploration in testing has arrived. Okay, so it seems like age of discovery, age of exploration. Okay, so age, that is what we are striving for. And of course, my name is Nitin Bhavsar. I'm from ProcessWorks, which is based in Singapore. And we will be talking about some of the newer approaches to testing that we have in our field of software development. So we will be taking you through just the three topics. There'll be the introduction part, there'll be the tourist metaphor, which I would say is the heart of our presentation. And then I'm going to take 5 minutes of your time just to talk a little bit about the ISTQB certification portfolio, because ISTQB is the world's leading organization for software testers. Just want to give you a brief, overview of their work. But the introduction part where we start is this. Okay. Why do we even need to explore? We've been doing testing for a long time, as long as we've had software development. So why do we need a different way of doing it? And this first slide tries to give us a brief background why the need for exploration came about. And the anecdote, I have linked to this is something that happened to me. In the very first few months, very young tester joining this large company, and I had my test manager bring me this big specification document and ask me, to rewrite the specs as tests. And of course, now I know this is called the analytical model of, test creation. So we analyze the specifications given to us or the risk register. From that, we come up with the test conditions. From those test conditions, we come up with test cases. And then we run through those test cases. And we would have a large number of these test cases. And when we did run these test cases, we felt good. We had done a good job. We had covered all the important things that needed to be covered. And, there's nothing wrong with this approach. It's a very systematic approach. And we would say it's a very structured approach. And those are the two terms we use for it today also. And they do have their strength areas. But, we are saying, overall, what we do with this kind of testing is checking. It has value that it confirms something works as it's supposed to, but we do not cover the whole area surrounding it, which is much, much bigger. Because as we know, there will be unexpected things, undefined things, uncertainties, the unexpected results or risk. And here's the key thing. It does not account for the fact that the software is used by real people who have free will. Okay, so we say, our users interact with our software dynamically, which is really a nice way of saying they are unpredictable. They will do all kinds of things with our software, which the people who developed it and tested it never even thought about. I know those of you, who are in this area will definitely agree with me, because we do know, when we talk to the users, they're making use of certain features the way the people who designed it and developed it never intended. So all kinds of things that you cannot account for in a specification, because specification is, it's a defined way something should work. And for a very long time, I feel this was enough. Nowadays, when we have really the whole world who's going to be using our software, I think we need to take that into account. And for that, for checking unexpected things, results, risk, unknowable things, we will need to do exploratory. Okay, so what we are proposing here is not that we need to do away with all the testing we have been doing in the past. Not at all. That is not our goal here. We're saying it does have a place in testing. We just want you to think about this newer exploratory approach, which, in a lot of situations will give quite a lot of benefit in terms of the amount of effort we put into it. So what is it? Okay, exploratory, the name has been around for a while. Okay, I would date it back to even early, 2002, 2003. Mr. James Bach gave the name exploratory, which is a perfect name for it because that's exactly what the tester is supposed to be. They're supposed to be an explorer. So we can imagine with exploring comes an element of freedom, an element to explore, look out for certain things, react in the moment, where not everything is planned right down to this, every step. So without predefined scripts or test cases. So we are saying exploratory, we would like the tester to explore any interesting paths that they see. We would like them to explore, whatever they observe, which might give them a clue about some of the things that might be happening in the software. So it's an act of carefully, deliberately navigating through functionality, user experience, techniques, and tools to identify where the software could be broken, could be improved, or simply where questions could be raised. Okay, so all of this sounds good, I mean, freedom to explore, use your creative, juices, all that sounds good, especially when it comes to work, which is seen as very systematic, which is the tester's work. Now, here's the thing, folks. I have this slide specially prepared because there's quite a lot of misconceptions, misunderstandings about exploratory. And I will take you directly to the bottom line. Big red letters, what we have is, this is what it is not. Exploratory testing is not ad hoc testing. It's not random testing. It's not monkey testing. Okay, because all these terms are used and not even dismissing these particular terms. Because I know in specific situations, these particular kind of testing can help out. What happens is when we mix these terms and think of them as expertise. And this actually is a quote. I had people tell me this. Expert testing may often be misunderstood as just clicking around a bit and making sure things look okay. Okay, just look around, wander around. Okay, now here's the thing, folks. Exploring and wandering around are two very different things. So we would like to highlight that at the beginning. When we say exploring, we are talking about experienced explorers. They start with a particular goal in mind and they will follow specific things. So let's think of it that way. Rather than, okay, we have limited time, just do something, try to find bugs. No, we're saying, we do have a systematic way of doing exploratory testing also. So people think that a tester, is a very straight-laced, very systematic person creating test cases, writing automation, and therefore they dismiss expert testing as something anyone can do. So it's not even worth talking about. So I feel this is a big myth about exploratory. In fact, we believe that exploratory testing is best done by an experienced tester. So somebody who has been very good at systematic testing, somebody who's used the analytical approach can really benefit from all of that, because what we're saying is all those skills are not useless. We're saying make use of all those skills and apply them to this particular approach and apply them to the exploration. So I hope we get this feel that it's not ad hoc, it's not random. There is a system to it, and that is what we'll cover. So when we follow a script or just a defined set of test cases, there is a danger that we fall into tunnel vision. We focus only on what is before us. We have this single-minded focus, which in a lot of situations is good, but we may miss things around us. While we are looking at something, we might miss, maybe there are problems around it. So when we explore it, we go with the view that everything is new, and we are just, in this wonderland and we are checking things out. And everything is new, so could be everything is worth a look. So we are on the lookout for inconsistencies with the rental software and testing values and inputs that people may not have considered. So I feel this is the big deal about exploratory. It allows us to go out of our tunnel vision. It allows us to look at things from very different perspectives. And I feel the benefit is that these perspectives allow us to use the software in ways in which maybe it was not intended. However, those are the ways in which maybe some of our users will be using our software. So that is why, we say exploratory can add. Exploratory is not instead of regular testing. We're saying expert testing can be a complement in addition to, and therefore we know it can benefit from people who already worked in, testing before. Now, I just have a quick table for you where we compare, when we say scripted testing here on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you notice exploratory testing. Okay, so we're trying to give you a, factor by factor comparison, where we need a great level of documentation before commencing scripted. Documentation exploratory can be minimal. So you notice the highlight there. Scripted requires significant investment in time, cost, and effort preparing scripts, documentation that goes with it. In exploratory, the big benefit people see is the minimal investment. There's no overhead related to reading the documentation. So our traditional approach emphasizes prediction and decision making. Exploratory approach, adaptability in learning. So as we are going on doing the testing, we are finding out more and more about the software. And, we will modify our testing. So we don't create the entire route map right at the beginning. Okay, we say, let us start by checking certain things and move from there on. Okay, now this approach focuses more on controlling tests. Our exploratory testing approach focuses more on improvement of the test design. And this is real-time test design we are talking about. We will do this as we go along. Okay, so this is not where we design all the exploratory tests at the beginning and then run all of them and then take a look at the results. What we do is we design a few tests, we run them, we look at the results. Based on the results, we will design a few more tests, look at them and run them, look at the results, and so on. Okay, I have a couple of slides for you, which is from a project done by an organization. And what they wanted to do was, they wanted to check effectiveness of scripted versus exploratory. So they had two teams, 5 people each, and both those teams tested the same software, same duration of time. And you notice on this side, we have the scripted team, the number of defect count, and the exploratory team. Okay, major defects, minor defects. Okay, so all the defects that were found by the scripted team were found by the exploratory team. In addition, they found many more. Now, in phase 2 of the same project, we notice the overall defect count, by the scripted team, the team which followed traditional methods, and the team that followed, exploratory method. And if you look at the, total defect count, about, I guess, 19 over here, and major defects and minor defects. And here, we did notice that the scripted team did find some defects which were not found by the exploratory team. So here's the thing, okay? Very clearly, we know we should be using both these approaches in a good balance, okay? So folks, I'm not at all saying today that do away with scripted testing, focus only on exploratory. I feel, it's a new approach. Let us give it a try. Let us give it a try in some of the projects we're working on. And, if it gives, us benefits, then we can include it in our regular cycles. Okay, let us use it only, if we believe, it's going to give us benefit. Okay, so now we come to the heart of our presentation, the tourist metaphor. Okay, now this thing, when we say tourist, Basically, what we're saying is think of ourselves as a tourist who's visiting absolutely new city for the very first time. Okay. Now, two approaches before us. And I have done both. Okay. Just wandering around, you have limited time. So, and you have, limited effort that you can expend. So you walk around, in the neighborhood and you try to see as much as you can. However, without a context to it, it's quite possible, that we might not even know what we're looking at. So, this has happened to me when I visited in New York. In the morning, I went out from my hotel. I was walking around, and when I came back to my hotel, the doorman asked me, "So, how do you like the Empire State Building?" I said, "What? Is it close by?" He said, "You just walk past it." Now, when you're walking in the streets, you don't constantly look up, all the way, and you really cannot see the skyline anyway. But I just walked by that building. I didn't even know it was right next door. So we're not saying wandering around. What we're saying is, as a tourist, let us be an informed tourist. And this is where the metaphor gets even more interesting. So what we're saying is, just like big cities might be divided up into districts, specific districts, which might even have specific boundaries. And, I'm sure, certain cities do have that. Certain districts are absolutely separated. So we carry forward that same distinction into our software. Now, of course, software, we don't have physical boundaries, but logical boundaries based on the features that the software carries. Okay, so please, play along with me here. We are trying to look at a new software that we are supposed to test as if it's a new city that we're visiting. So the software testers will explore paths or tours of the application that run through many features in various orders. Okay, so this is where we're saying we have an informed way of doing things. We have a systematic way of doing things with a little bit of pre-planning. So we are not saying, let us go through a guided tour conducted by a company. That is not what we're saying. We're saying we are individual explorers, but we do have a system by which we'll explore, which we believe is going to be even much better and is going to allow us to check the application faster and more thoroughly than freestyle. Freestyle means, anything goes. Freestyle means ad hoc. Freestyle is the same as random, okay? Just try something. No, we're saying, let's do better than that. So with that in mind, let me take you to the districts, okay? Now, folks, everything that you see in this tourist metaphor, has been derived from this wonderful book, Exploratory Software Testing by James Whittaker. It's like the Bible of exploratory testing. And I absolutely love this book. I've used it a lot. And, the book gives us these 6 districts. So you notice we have business district, historical district, entertainment district, we have the tourist district, hotel district, and the CD district. Okay. So we will go through each one of them. I will show you the kind of tools that are possible in each of these districts. And naturally, because of time limitations, I cannot take you through each and every tour, but at least I can give you a sample. So we will take up one tour in each of the districts and talk about it a little bit, just to get an idea what these tours are. So we will start first with the business district, which we believe, correctly is the main district. Maybe not from a tester's point of view, maybe not from a tourist point of view, but of course, from the organization's point of view, the business district is the most important. Because like a city, business district contains the offices, the banks, the insurance companies, firms, organizations, cafes, shops. So this is where business gets done. Okay, it contains features and functions that customers will use. Okay, so this is why customers are using our software for these features and functions to get something done. Now, folks, please understand business district does not always have to be only for business software. Whatever is the main purpose of the software is the business of that software. So this district is where the collection of the most important features from the organization's point of view are put together. Naturally, for the tester, it will be essential to make sure we check them. So as a part of the business district tours, you notice 7 tours are given. Now, we will not have time to cover all 7. We are covering the first 2, guidebook tour and garbage collectors tour. I always like this, beautiful names they come up with. I like the way they came up with the names, which are also so creative for a very creative approach. But the other tours, money tour, landmark tour, intellectual tour, FedEx, Federal Express, so the courier tour, and after hours tour, also very interesting. But right now, let me take you first to guidebook tour. Okay, now a guidebook would be something that a city tourism council has put out, okay, which identifies best hotels, best bargains, top attractions, about the business district, how it's laid out, and so on. And cities must ensure these attraction areas for tourists are clean, safe, welcoming. And what we're saying is, similarly, if these are the main features of a software, they should be clear-cut, easy to find, well laid out, and people can visit and use them. So definitely the guidebook and what it contains would be the first thing we need to consider as tester. And for us in testing, a city guidebook, the similar thing would be a user manual. So some companies, will call this guidebook tour as the F1 tour. F1. F1 is the F1 key, which is for us the help key, right? You hit F1, you get the help and so on. And what we are saying is we will use the user manual and try to execute every scenario in the user manual as faithfully as possible. Okay, so we'll follow it to the dot and we'll run exactly through it. And what happens is, it tells us, is the user manual a match for what the software does? And vice versa, because software might be doing things which might not be in the user manual. Okay, so either way, a guidebook tour would be like a prerequisite. It's an essential thing. It's about the main things that the software is supposed to do. Now, one example they give us as an interesting twist on the guidebook tour is, rather than using our own company's guidebook, what we can try out is we can use a competitor's user manual or a guidebook. Okay, so what it does is, while we are going through the competitor's guidebook and we are trying to use our own software, naturally there's going to be a lot of mismatch. But maybe we will also see features which are given in the competitor's book which are not existing in our software. Okay, so that can bring it to mind that, hey, we are missing certain features, or maybe the competitor is doing it in less steps. The features are easily available. Okay, so it's a good thing for us to find out before our users find out, because that the users will be using the competitor's product, they'll be using our product, and they'll easily find out the difference between the two. Now, something totally different, even in the name, is garbage collectors tour. Garbage collectors, okay? Now, these are people, who have a great understanding of that city, because they'll be going through it every day, up and down the street, in a very methodical manner. And they'll be visiting every residence, every office building. And the other key thing about the garbage collectors is they're very efficient at their jobs. They'll spend very little time on each building, but they will get the job done. So when we say we will perform a garbage collectors tour on a software, it's a methodical spot check. So what we'll do is we'll visit everything, but very briefly. We'll touch upon it, move on, touch upon it, move on, like a garbage collector. We will go to every screen, but we won't spend too much time there. We'll go to every dialogue, okay? We will, check everything, but we do not go into detail. So we choose a goal. We can check all the menu items. We can check all error messages, all dialog boxes, okay, very briefly, just to see if it works. And visiting each one in the list by the shortest path possible. Okay, so that's the key thing. Like a garbage collector, we will be moving on, always conscious of the time. Okay, going from error message to error message. Now, I had done this, very briefly in a project a couple of months ago. Tried the garbage collector tour. And what I noticed was, as I was going through the error messages, because my focus was looking at all the error messages, I noticed that for a lot of the input screens, there was one common error message. That's it. All it said was, the data you entered is not correct. Please try again. That's it. No matter what mistake the person had made in the data entry, the same message came up. Now, of course, you can make out this is not very helpful because it's not really guiding the user about the mistake they made. And what are they supposed to do then if they can't identify where they made a mistake? Okay, folks, the next one we have is historical district. Okay, now historical district, I mean, we can easily make out in terms of a city. It's a place which has been around a long time, has heritage value, heritage buildings, things of historical importance. Absolutely. For us in software, historical would be about legacy. Meaning, in our company software, there will be legacy code which has been around for a while. So that we call as historical. Okay, if we don't have this, then of course, we don't have to worry about the historical district. However, a lot of us work in companies where historical code or legacy code makes up a big part, of the software. Or maybe, the legacy code is so stable and has been working for so long. So what we have done is, we created a newer system which interact with that. In the back, we still have the legacy code. Okay, so when we say historical district tour, okay, we have something called the museum tour and the bad neighborhood tour. Okay, so I'm going to talk about museum tour. Museum basically displays antiquities, okay, from the past, okay, for us to examine. Okay, now in our software code base, the antiquities will be the legacy code. Now, certainly to understand this, we will need to ask the developers, okay, to identify which areas are being serviced by legacy code and which areas are being serviced by the newer code. And what we want to do is, when we do historical tour, we will be purposely visiting areas, under which there is legacy code. Okay. So the main reason is, like a historical heritage site, the people, who inhabit that area are long gone. The documentation might be there, might not be there. And, because it's been around a while, it always important to check, identify older code and executable artifacts and ensure that they receive a fair share of testing attention. Okay, so we purposely identify areas, which have been in place for a long time. And we ensure in our testing, we're visiting those areas. So like I said, supposing our software is brand new, everything is brand new. None of it has been around for more than 2 years. Okay, so we don't have a historical district. So maybe we won't conduct the museum tour. But I have personally seen this in my projects, where we had this core of historical legacy code. And, there was just one person in the organization who understood it really. And in a lot of areas, what we saw was, hey, don't know what this does, don't touch it. Okay, so we were very careful about that historical artifact that we had because it worked and nobody wanted to mess with it. Okay, so when we do testing to check historical data, historical artifacts, we're doing a museum tour. Now, the fun part, entertainment district. Okay, where, you would have the bells and the whistles and the fun time. Okay, all the things that add to the pleasure of the tourist, the entertainment district part. Okay, so these are not the main features, but supporting features, which, the users might be really happy about, bells and whistles. So within this, we have all-nighter tour, supporting actor tour, back alley tour. Now, all-nighter is exactly what it sounds like. Okay, being out all night. We love this entertainment area so much, and it's open 24 hours. Okay, we're going to be all night. We are going to be out. Okay, now what does that mean for us in testing? It means leaving everything on. How long can the app last? How long can it run and process data before it just collapses? So we don't let it take a break. Okay, just like a tourist, who's going on for 24 hours. We make sure our application or app continues running without a break, without shutting it down. Okay, so here's the thing, folks. Why does this work? Because of buildup of data, memory, constant reading, writing of variable values. Okay, bad things can happen because going on for a long time. Memory leaks, data corruption, race conditions. Yeah. So when we do testing using the all-nighter tour, we will not take a pause. We will not allow the software to take a pause. We'll keep it on. We'll open multiple tabs, keep them all on. Keep the application running without closing it. We will open files and not close them. Leave them open. And just, keep it on and see how long it lasts. We connect to remote resource, don't disconnect. Okay, remain connected to them. And so while these resources are used, we might be running other tests. Okay, to keep the software running and moving data around. This can uncover problems, which may not come to light, if you periodically shut the software down and restart it. Because some of these problems get solved in that process. What we're saying is, supposing it happens that the software has been kept running for a longer period of time, then what happens? That is what we need to find out in an all-nighter tour. Okay, folks, the next one you notice, the tourist district itself. Okay, so all the things which are of importance to a tourist, very specifically, right? Now, here's the thing, folks. I understand in a lot of cities, these districts may be mixed up. Sure thing. Historical district, tourist district, they might be overlap or might be the same, which is fine. We are purposely looking at them differently because it allows us to explain, how these tours will work. So tourist district will have a whole lot of things which are of importance to the tourists. Souvenir shops, okay, specific food joints, which only the tourists will try, where the locals will not go. So similarly, experienced users may not use certain features, but novice, first time, inexperienced users will try out certain features. Okay. Experienced users will try shortcuts. Novice users will take the long cut because they don't know better. Okay, so we will do the tourist district, is from perspective of the tourist. Okay, and within this, the first one, look at this name, okay? Supermodel tour. I always like that name, okay? Souvenir collectors tour. Somebody who's just there to collect souvenirs. And we all know people like that. Lonely businessman's tour and Scottish pub. Okay, all very interesting, I know. But we will look at the supermodel tour. Okay, mainly because the name is so nice. Supermodel is exactly that. Okay, what we are saying is, hey, like a supermodel visiting a new city. Okay, beautiful people, but that's it. Okay, think superficially. Whatever you do, don't go beyond skin deep. So we only cover what is seen. Okay, always about looks and first impression. Okay, so we don't dig deep. We don't need to find out the history of a place. We don't need to know what that building is. If it looks good, we are happy with it. Okay, so what we do is, as a tester, we conduct a supermodel tour. We will only look at the superficial things. The interface. Does it look good? How are the colors? Is the performance good? Okay. The GUI refreshed properly. Unsightly artifacts left on the screen. Okay. So unsightly is a very bad word for supermodels. They don't like it. And naturally so. Using color. Is it being used consistently? Are the GUI panels internally consistent? Is our UI, in line with a convention, look and feel convention? So surface things will be covered in a supermodel tour. Okay, so you can imagine this will be greatly useful in terms of usability. Yeah, usability, attractiveness, all those product quality characteristics can be very nicely covered by the supermodel tool. Now, sure, quite a lot of the problems we find with this, spelling mistakes, error messages we don't make sense in terms of how they're written. Okay, color problems, because something I've seen, young developers would like to use all possible colors, and nothing wrong with it, but color consistency is a good cognitive thing for the end users. Okay, so supermodel tour, as we are saying, surface only. And testers have a lot of fun when they do this, because they don't have to worry about going deeper inside. Okay, folks, hotel district is, think about it, area where the hotels are. Maybe a secluded area, little bit quieter than the lesser city. People can spend time there, relax, away, from all the main, business or the entertainment district, where they want to, lie back, relax, enjoy. So supporting features, secondary features in our software. And one big part of this is the rained out tour. Rained out, okay? So this is something I'm sure all of us have experienced. We plan our trip in advance, we go to the city, and it rains, okay? And I'm sure I will tell you that in Singapore. And if it does rain, quite a big chunk of what we are doing or had planned to do will get washed out. So we're using that metaphor here when we check software. Start, stop, start, stop. Things get cancelled all the time in the middle of. And this is a very powerful tool. Okay. You notice experience test, we always talk about this. So start operations and stop them. Okay. We cancel them in the middle. Okay. We try to print a document, we cut it short in the middle of printing. Okay. So any feature that has a cancel option, we will start it and hit cancel and we'll see what happens. Okay, so basically we're interrupting things by cancellation. So rained out means cancellation of plans. So typically wherever you have time consuming operations, searching, printing, refreshing, all those, in the middle of that, if you cancel, we want to know what happens. And very often we can really come up with very critical defects this way. So every time a cancel button appears, we click it. That's the tour. Okay. So no cancel button, escape key, back button key. And I'm sure you must have noticed as a user that if you do this, okay, a lot of times the web system or the web service will malfunction. Okay. And I have noticed in some, website they mention, do not click the back button. Do not click the back button because it's possible to click it, but it will severely interrupt the work that is going on. Okay, so rained out means we rain on our parade. We rain in the while the operations are going on. Okay, folks, last part, purposely kept last is CD. Things that have to be kept away from the view of people. Unsavory places that few guidebooks or visitor bureaus will document. They are full of people doing bad and illegal things, better off left alone. Okay, so I don't think as a tourist you will purposely want to visit them, but we should know that such things exist. In large cities, of course they do. So for us as testers, these are areas we must visit because places of vulnerability that may be very unacceptable to the user should they remain in the product. And under this, we have these 3 wonderful tools. And I love all 3 of them. Saboteur, then we have antisocial tool and obsessive compulsive OCD tool. Okay. But let me talk about the saboteur. Basically, this is with the view of sabotaging. We undermine the application at every possible opportunity. Now, certainly you can imagine quite a lot of security checking can be done this way. Okay. So we understand the working of the software or the application, and we are purposely putting hindrances. We are purposely sabotaging it. Not, like we did in rained out. Rained out, there was a cancel button specifically put there. But here, we are going to find all ways of sabotaging the application. We say, okay, I'm trying to upload this file And while it is uploading, we go and we delete that file, and we want to see what happens. And I have done this, okay, and I have uncovered a critical defect in one of the software we were testing. It asked us to upload our photograph, and it was a bigger size, high resolution photograph. While it was uploading, by mistake I went and deleted it when I wanted to delete something else. And I noticed, I come back to the application, it kept trying. It kept trying, even though the photograph it was trying to upload, actually the system no longer had it, and it did not have a way to recover from that. Okay, so rigging the file operations to fail, corrupting the file, giving a wrong file, changing the header of the file. Okay, so we could ask it to do memory intensive operation, okay, on a machine with very little memory and see what happens. Or we would purposely start other applications in the background, so our application is starved for memory or CPU cycles. Okay, so basically like a saboteur, somebody who sabotages, does things in a very different way, in a like an enemy word, not the way our software is supposed to be checked. But you can imagine, this can. I'll give you one quick example. In security testing, we have something called attack of 1,000 slashes. You know what that is? Simply HTTP : and you have 2 forward slashes. Somebody decided to put 1,000 slashes after that. And what they realized was, it really causes problems to the hosting computer. 1,000 slashes. It allowed system administrator access. Now, you can imagine the first creative person who came up with it, was just trying to sabotage it by giving it way too much than it could handle. So in this tour, the tester is going to be very creative in finding many ways to rig the environment by adding, changing file permissions, unplugging networking cables, running other applications in the background, and deploying the application under test on a machine that has known problems and so forth. Okay, so I think you can imagine that security testing, will make great use of a saboteur. Basically, a hacker would be a saboteur. So any place they find an entry, a vulnerability, a loophole, they're going to try to see how they can take advantage of it. And so we are looking at it from that perspective. We are trying to see where are the loopholes, which a saboteur would focus on. Okay, folks, the last part, is about the tours themselves. Okay, the tours give us a structure. We are an informed visitor. We are an informed tourist, and interesting and relevant scenarios rather than ad hoc, wandering around. So the tools will help us to interesting usage path that tend to be more sophisticated than traditional testing, where individual tester will try to test only a single feature in isolation. So we're trying to look at combinations of features in such a way, which might not get done in our scripted testing. So that would be the key goal of these tours and how we do this. The other thing I would like to mention is, once we start using this metaphor of tours in the company, it becomes very quickly popular, and our testers, our team members will get very familiar very quickly. You talk about the landmark tour or the money tour, I'm doing garbage man's duty today. So they're doing the garbage collectors tour, or somebody saying, hey, fun time for me, I'm doing the supermodel tour. The reason is this, that we are giving them a theme. The tour gives them a theme for doing things in a particular way. So if you tell 2 testers to go run the particular tour, a supermodel tour, you're quite confident, that they will look at superficial things. They are not going to waste time in going to the details of things. If you ask them to do, the guidebook tour, then they're going to make good use of the, the help facilities or the user manual. So we have good repeatability happening because of, continuing with this metaphor of tours. So the built-in strategy and goal, see, this is the thing, of the tool makes them more repeatable and transferable among the testers. Okay, so rather than having two testers told, just check this, okay, do something. What we have is, we can split the work up, and we can say, one tester does the guidebook tour, one does the, the garbage collectors tour, somebody else does the historical tour. And I have actually used this in certain projects, and even with voluntary testers. Okay, so this was not a commercial project I worked on. This was for a charitable organization I belong to, and we volunteers were checking their work to see how this software had been created, and the volunteers had a great time. You know, even though constantly they were telling me, Nathan, we don't have background in testing, but after just a few illustrations about the techniques to try out, they could check the system from a user's perspective. So we have tools as a mechanism to both organize the testers thinking about how to approach exploring an application and in organizing the actual testing. Okay, so it's a strategy about what we're going to do, and it's also going to be helpful in how we're going to do it, because we can divide the work based on the tools. Okay, we can have a list of tools, and please understand, we're not saying we need to do all the things we are given here. Okay, the other thing is, can we come up with our own tools? Yes, absolutely. These are tools which James Whittaker came up with and tried and tested in Microsoft. He was an employee there, and then he joined Google and he continued using them and came up with more. Now we can come up with our own tools. We can decide that there are certain districts that are not mentioned here. Sure thing. And those districts might, we might have a different tool for checking those districts. So there is a flexibility here, there is an adaptability here. And what can happen is, we already have a list of tools which have been created by people more than 10 years ago. They've been using them. So we can use it as a starting point, and we can keep adding to it. So we can use a list of tools as a checklist. Did you think about this checklist, and also help a tester match application features to the test techniques that will properly exercise them? So these tools help make testers make myriad decisions about which paths to choose, inputs to apply, or parameters to select. Okay, so it's a guidance. So we are saying, let us make our testers informed tourists, and let us make sure, they're not wandering around. They have a strategy how they're going to, cover this entirely new city. Okay, folks, this is about the heart of my presentation about exploratory, where we focus, on giving some structure to exploratory with the use of the tourist or the tours metaphor. One last thing, like I said, is I just wanted to cover about the ISTQB, International Software Testing Qualification Board. So this is an organization founded almost 20 years ago, headquartered in Belgium. Okay, so it's spread in Europe first, now, of course, all over the world. But it's a premier organization, International Software Testing Qualification Board. So ProcessWorks, is the registered education provider for the Southeast Asia region. Okay, for the certification courses which are conducted through the ISTQB. So first of all, a truly international organization. I just want a couple of minutes of your time just to take you through this, and I'm sure you might already be aware of this. Okay, so ISTQB is at the heart of things over here. Creation of new syllabi, definition of worldwide rules, working group activities. Okay, they also have member boards in different countries. Okay, so India, Singapore, Malaysia, the US, Germany. Okay, in different countries they have a member board which is in charge of the activities for ISTQB in that country. Okay, they also have exam providers. The companies which are specializing in conducting the ISTQB exams. So there are 23 exam providers all over the world. Okay, and then accredited training providers who are accredited by the member boards. So of course, like I said, ProcessWorks is an ATP, accredited training provider, and through the member board, it is associated with ISTQB. So 230 training providers all around the world are helping ISTQB with their work. And the big figure I wanted to show you here was this. Okay, more than 750,000 certifications have been done in the 20 years. Okay, so this is a very, very large number, as you can imagine. So, this entire structure has been put in place 20 years ago. And, what they do is a great job of supporting the testing community, in all its endeavors. So not only just individual testers, but testing organizations also within companies. One last thing I have for you is this slide, which is about all the certifications which are, on the portfolio of ISTQB. We have the CTFL, Certified Tester Foundation level. Then we have the advanced level certifications here, core certifications. Recently in Agile, we have foundation and advanced level. At the very top, we have expert level, in test management and improving the test process. And the really interesting thing is happening here, where we have the specializations in different areas in which testers get to work. Now, these syllabus have been created with the current practices which are being followed by companies. So therefore, when we say exploratory testing, it is definitely covered in ISTQB syllabus. We do cover it at the foundation level just a little bit. At the Agile tester, we go into more detail. At the advanced level, we go into specifics of exploratory. Because ISTQB is seeing that more and more companies are adopting exploratory testing. In fact, on their website, you will notice they're trying to come up with, some good syllabus, some good material resources for those who want to get into the area and want to implement exploratory testing in their companies. Okay, folks, thank you for your patience. I know at the end of the day, the last session of the day. So what we'll do now is, this was my presentation. So let me take a moment here. Okay. So let me take you back, to my main slide. I noticed, in the chat box, we have questions. So Gretchen, I'll go through the questions one by one. Okay. The first question I see here is, when do we use expert testing and when do we use ad hoc testing, and do we need both? Okay, that's a great question, because like I pointed out, ad hoc is also a term which is quite commonly used by people and companies. So here's the thing. I would say that, instead of this or this, instead of making a choice, we could just say, whatever ad hoc testing we're going to do, let us do it in an exploratory manner. That's it. Okay. So what we're doing is we're giving certain guidance, we're giving certain structure to ad hoc testing when we do exploratory testing. So they're not exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. Okay. Ad hoc testing does have advantages. If you talk to senior experienced testers, they will tell you ad hoc testing does uncover quite a lot of problems. But everybody will do it differently and they might miss certain things out. So what we're saying is, let us implement ad hoc through the exploratory approach. How good is expert testing for agile projects? Actually, that's, that is what led to, the age of exploration, because agile makes great use of exploratory. Because here's the thing, limited lightweight documentation, limited timeline. In fact, if you think about agile software development is exploratory software development. So even in agile, the focus is that we will develop some things, we'll get the feedback, we'll do it better. And that's how we develop our software in increments. So certainly they have a great affinity for exploratory. Like I said, the term exploratory was first coined in the 1990s by Ken Kaner. Okay. And then we noticed that, specific form for exploratory came about in about 2002. So if you look at agile and exploratory, both of them have grown hand in hand. So exploratory is a great fit for agile projects. Okay, then we have a third question. Does it make sense to ask the vendor who has developed the website to conduct exploratory testing, and how much does it cost to do so? Great. This is a great question. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Okay. I feel, it's going to be a win-win. It's going to be beneficial to both our organization and the vendor. But, maybe we might have a tough time convincing them because, the vendor might say, you know what, we have our own way of doing testing. We are very proud of it. And, we have been doing this for a while. Okay. So we don't need to do exploratory. It could happen, right? I mean, there could be a situation where the vendor refuses. Now, I don't think it's just a matter of the cost part. Okay. It could be that they don't believe in it, that they have not done it before. Because apart from that, I cannot think of any other way why they would not want to do it. Because the benefits of them exploratory are very, very obvious. Okay, I will give you an example where I worked on a project where the company had already done very systematic testing of the software, and there was a challenge, to my team that you guys, you do your exploratory and let's see what you find. And it was an eye opener. I had 3 people with me, and me four of us, 1 week, basically 5 days only, and we did it session-based exploratory testing, and we did uncover, critical defects. So yes, there is a great advantage to exploratory even after a vendor has done systematic testing, because it will uncover problems which are not covered by the testing they did. And the cost of it, to be honest, is basically in terms of man hours. Okay, it's not going to be a huge cost for the vendor. But convincing them to try this something new might be, a tricky thing. Okay. So unless they see the benefit of that, or they see the efficacy of exploratory, okay, so they might not. So, like people say, hey, show me the money, show me the proof exploratory works. So maybe initially they might be resistant to this idea. The cost part, I don't believe, is very high. Okay, because we really do not require any major, tooling, automation for it. Okay, we can get it done. Typically, manual testing wise, what we do need is the time and the effort of good testers. Small team, dedicated testers, 1 week, I'm sure they can find problems that the vendor has not found. And there are companies which do this, okay, dedicated companies. So I know I cannot give you exact number, but I can say that the cost is not much, okay, because of quite a lot of the infrastructure, okay, and the tooling cost is not required for exploratory testing. Okay, that is all the questions from the audience. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, honor and a privilege for me to be with you. Okay, thank you for the invite, and I hope I was able to give you some idea about the age of exploration. Thank you very much.
On day 4 of the Digital Academy's Virtual Learning Festival on Technology and Product Management and Data Science and AI. If you have not registered, do check out the program available online at lf.thedigitalacademy.tech.gov.sg. Before you go, do also remember to fill in our feedback survey form in the Zoom chat or at your registered email to note where we have done well and how we may improve. Thank you, and we'll see you at 8:15 a.m. bright and early tomorrow. This virtual launch symposium and learning festival is brought to you by the Digital Academy. Be at the intersection of public service and technology.